Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 8th, 2021 regular business meeting of the East Bay Mud Board of Directors. Due to COVID-19 and in accordance with the latest Alameda County Health Order and with the Governor's Executive Order N-2920, which suspends portions of the Brown Act, this meeting will be conducted remotely. In compliance with said orders, a physical location has not been provided for this meeting. These measures will only apply during the period in which state or local health officials have imposed or recommended social distancing. The Planning Committee and Legislative Human Resources Committee met this morning and will report out under item 18. All directors, including myself, are participating via teleconference. Please call roll, Madam Secretary.
Director Coleman.
Present.
Director Katz.
Present.
Director McIntosh.
Here.
Director Mellon.
Present.
Director Patterson. Director Patterson.
Present.
Thank you. Director Young.
I'm here.
President Lenny.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. So our first order of business is a presentation. This is Clifford, I'll let you take over.
Thank you, President Lenny. So the district has a strategic goal of creating an environment that attracts, retains, and engages a high-performing, diverse workforce in support of our district's mission. An element of that goal is to grow our own through educational support and programs. In 2017, the district and Laney College partnered to bring college courses to district employees. That first cohort graduated in 2019. I'm thrilled to celebrate our second cohort of 21 district employees who recently completed the college certificate program. In 2019, these employees started taking classes one night each week for the last 2 years. The first year of classes were attended in person. However, the pandemic forced them into virtual classrooms, and for the second year, they attended classes remotely. Their dedication to education and perseverance throughout the program are inspiring. They all worked full-time, had family and other commitments, and juggled all of this successfully through a pandemic. I encourage them to continue to pursue their formal education and embrace the resources the district has to offer. I'd also like to thank everyone involved to make the program a success, in particular our partner, Laney College. Here to say a few words is Laney College President, Rudy Besikoff.
Good afternoon, members of the board. It is my great pleasure to be here today, and I'm so proud to say that Laney College is a partner of the East Bay Municipal Utility District. In extending congratulations today to these 21 graduates, I thought of just a quick quote I'd like to share, namely that education is not preparation for life, but education is life itself. And those words certainly ring true for all of these professionals who are also graduates today. But not only for that, but also the person who said that quote, John Dewey. He was a philosopher, psychologist, and an educational reformer, and really an all-around Renaissance man. And as I think of this second cohort and all that they've gone through and the great experience that they brought to this learning environment over the past 2 years, I can't help but think that East Bay MUD today has Renaissance graduates. I would like to thank our great faculty within the departments of business and construction management, particularly the instructors Kelly Lynch McMahon, Carl Seelbach, and Fred Jackson, and of course, Professor Kim Glosson, who in addition to great teaching, also continues to provide great leadership. I certainly look forward to continuing the partnership with East Bay MUD and continuing to meet and engage the board as we move forward. So with that, I would like to say to the second cohort, my most heartfelt congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. And at this time, I'd like to invite the class valedictorian, Patrick Invise, to share his remarks.
Good afternoon, President Liney, members of the boards, General Manager Chan, and guests. My name is Patrick Nthavise. I'm a plumber 3 in pipeline rebuild. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to speak on behalf of my fellow employees who participated on this court with me. These past 2 years was an epic group effort. We started our academic journey a year before the pandemic in a classroom together and finished, like many other students, in a virtual classroom. Fortunately, we were not alone in this academic adventure. Many people stood by our side with open arms, supporting us, mentoring us, and encouraging us to persevere and succeed. I would like to start with a few thank you for the commitment and support we received. Thank you to the board of directors and General Manager Chan for the opportunity to challenge and improve ourselves. The cohort is a journey of self-discovery, and we found the better part of ourselves as individuals and as EBMUD employees. Thank you to Maria Belbano, Heidi Benenson, Desiree Scott, Laura Salansang, Derry Morton, along with the Laney administrators and professors. Your commitment to our success will be remembered always. From day one, you helped us register for classes and got us books, and you fixed a swarm of password bugs and technical difficulties we encountered when we went fully online due to the pandemic. I would like to add a very special shout out to Professor Kim Glosson. Thank you for your desire and creativity to see us graduate. We got this because you tirelessly believed we would. You carved these words into our brain. Lastly, thank you for EBMUD cohort class of 2021. This experience would not have been the same without you. This experience is complete because we lived it together. We rose, fell, and got up together. There is no cohort without you. During our time together, there was a richness in the learning of this curriculum due to the multiple perspectives and backgrounds offered by every one of you. What does this cohort mean to me? EBMUD pay all the fees and tuitions in full so I could receive a certificate from Laney Community College and become a better employee. I did not make a single payment nor complete a single tuition reimbursement form. The EBMUD cohort means a free education. EBMUD helped me explore this almost century-old establishments through its employees, a mentorship program, and job shadow opportunities to expand my professional point of view. I have made connections and friends for life. The EBMUD cohort means a professional network. Finally, EBMUD provided a safe environment to plumbers, truck drivers, engineers, supervisors, project managers, customer service representatives, dispatchers, and lab technicians to share their ideas and point of view, regardless of their job title. These interactions of diversity and differences brought us closer because we understand each other's challenges. The EBMUD cohort means growth. Thank you.
Patrick, thank you very much. And on behalf of the district, I want to congratulate each of you on your hard work and accomplishments. And I encourage you to continue with your personal and professional growth. And at this time, Patrick, I wish you could be here in person. I see that you're in your work truck, but I wish we could present you this plaque and certificate of completion. But these are just examples of what each student will receive, along with an EBMUD tote bag and gift book of Mindset, New Psychology of Success by Carol Dweck. And then the next series of slides, you'll see photos of the graduates. We have Nicholas Ballantyne, a Water Distribution Plumber 2, and Adrian Camacho, Water Distribution Plumber 1. Vicenta Cespedes, Laboratory Technician 3, Joseph Edmond, Maintenance Specialist 2. Daniel Fernandez, Water Distribution Plumber 3, Brittany Fallings, Dispatch Center Representative. Samuel Gonzalez, Water Distribution Crew Foreman, Blake Hammerquist, Water Distribution Plumber 3. Patrick, you are valedictorian, Water Distribution Plumber 3. Paul Irvin, Water Distribution Plumber 3. Kenneth Kelly, Power Treatment and Transmission Maintenance Supervisor. Casey Kennedy, Water Distribution Plumber 3. Bo Crumman, Water Distribution Plumber 3. Tim Lewis, Water Distribution Crew Foreman. George Mary, Meter Mechanic 2. Alfonso Nunez, Maintenance Specialist 3. William Ruttenkolber, Water Distribution Plumber 3. Mei Shu, Environmental Health and Safety Specialist 2. Jorge Valencia, Material Specialist, and Gary Walters II, Engineering Designer 2. and Daryl Withrow, senior mechanic. Let's have one last round of applause for all of our graduates.
Thank you, Clifford and Rudy, and congratulations to all the graduates. This is pretty. I'm always somewhat taken aback by just the combination of all these things that East Bay MUD has this program, that we're able to partner with someone like Laney College, and to all the employees and the teachers who make this possible for people to continue their education, and as Patrick said, become better employees, and better people for this work. And so very excited that we're able to support this and that we're able to share this moment with at least some of the graduates, hopefully, who have also made it on this conference call. Wish we could do this in person next year for sure.
Doug, I have a quick question if I could. This was great. Are we able to, Clifford, to those people who did graduate that were not able to be part of the program today, send them a clip of this section of the meeting? So if they want to, for prosperity's sake or whatever else, they have a recording of it?
Yeah, we can do that, and it will be posted online. So we'll send it to them with congratulations from the board.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. So on to the rest of our agenda. There are no announcements from closed session. So now I know we have a big item coming up later on when we vote on our rates and such. But we do have an item at the beginning of our meetings for public comment for items that are not on our agenda that the public can comment on. And for those speakers who are commenting on non-agenda items, we can hear your comments now. And for comments on the any agenda item, including on the consent calendar or on the our rates public hearing under item 10, we'll hear those later. For everyone, when prompted, please share your name, affiliation if applicable, and topic, and the secretary will call each speaker in the order received. You will be allotted 3 minutes to speak. However, I have the discretion to amend this time based on the number of speakers. Madam Secretary, do we have any speakers for public comment, items not on the agenda?
Yes, I have 7 speakers. Actually, I have 6 speakers. Right now, it looks like I'm going to unmute your line. And if you can confirm if you're speaking on a non-agenda item or if you plan to speak during the public hearing, that will help us with public comments. And I have 1 item to read into the comments under public comment, and then I have 2 items once we get to item 10. So I'm going to unmute your line starting with HG Fentel. And if you can advise, you should be able to unmute your mic. And are you speaking on a non-agenda item, or were you planning to speak on item 10?
I think it's a non-agenda item.
Okay. So if it's a non-agenda item, I'm going to go ahead and start your time now. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I would like to know, I'm from Oakland. I live in Oakland. I see buildings going up, houses being built, new houses being built. I'd like to know where the water is coming from, since I know we have a shortage year after year. We've decreased the amount each person can use year after year. I'd like to know where the water is coming from. Is there a limit to how much building can go on, how much water we have, how many houses or whatever we can support? And is anyone looking into that? And if not, why not?
Generally, we don't reply to comments or questions during this period, but I think this is an appropriate one for us to provide some sort of answer. Clifford, could I ask that you briefly outline
Yeah, Dave Renstrom's on the line, and his group looks at all of this, so maybe I'll have Dave Renstrom speak and respond to this comment.
Thanks, Clifford. So we do a demand study, and the most recent demand study was completed last year called the 2050 Demand Study, where we meet with each individual city and or county within our jurisdiction and determine the ability for them to, they look at what they plan on building out through the year 2050. Then we take a look at that and analyze what that means from a demand perspective. And we actually completed the 2050 demand study and accounted for all this development that's been happening within our service area and project the demands out to the year 2050. So we do have accounted for all the demand with the new building.
So is there actually a point where you'll say, I'm sorry, you can't build anymore. We don't have any more water to support this?
Not for projects within our ultimate service boundary. We do look within, we are limited to looking into with our ultimate service boundary. So we do have adequate water supplies out to the year 2050 under normal conditions to meet the demand increase with the new buildings.
Agree to disagree.
Well, I guess I agree to disagree. I don't understand. We've already been lowered the amount of water we can each use. And I guess that will continue to lower until whenever, until you're down to 10 gallons of water a person a month or something. But I just agree to disagree. I think someone ought to be looking into it, and someone ought to let the public know that this can't go on forever.
All right, well, thank you for your comments today.
Thank you.
Doug, if I can say something, there's a very important document page in our budgets and rates on page 795, which was fascinating on our key milestones. And in 1990, when we had a population of 1.1 million, we were using an average of 220 million gallons of water a day. In 2015, with a population of 1.4, an increase of 30%, our usage was actually down to 148 million gallons of water a day, a 32%, 7% drop from towards our peak in the 1990s. And a lot of people don't realize that conservation usage has been so ingrained in our customers that the amount of water we use now with 30% increase in population is so much less than what it was before conservation became the mode on how people operate. And that's one thing. And there was a great piece of thing in the budget and rates on page 795 that I found this weekend.
That's great. And I would also just say, we have frequently workshops, 2 to 3 hour workshops where we talk about where we get our water, how we balance the needs of new demands and the conservation programs that we have with new supplies. And I think that the customer that was just on would be very fascinated to learn and understand that, and any additional comments would be welcome. All right, our next speaker then.
The next speaker is Craig Bender. You should be able to unmute your mic.
Yes, hi, I'm Craig Bender in Walnut Creek, and I would like to speak on the rate section of the talk.
Okay, so when we get to item 10, then if you could raise your hand again, and we'll call on you in order.
Thank you.
And next we have Patrick Kennedy. You should be able to unmute your mic.
Yes, my name is Patrick Kennedy, and I'm here to talk about the system connection charge change that I believe is on the agenda later as well.
Okay, we will call on you at that time. Thank you. Next we have Julie M. You should be able to unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Julie Mills. I live in Oakland, and I'm believe it's on the agenda about the system change of the rate of water.
Okay, so we will call you at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joey Smith. You should be able to unmute your mic.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. I'd like to speak on item 17.
Okay, we'll call you at that time. And next, we have Gary Walters.
Yes, hello, I'm Gary Walters II, member of the graduating class of 21, Peralta East Bay Mud Cohort 2.0. Thank you, Clifford Chan, Board of Directors, and President Lenny for allowing me to speak. I would like to thank you, Clifford, specifically for having this vision of the cohort and developing a team and creating a program to support the development of East Bay Mud staff. And as your roles and responsibilities increased, you continued to support our cohort. I was a little uncertain of our future at the district when Alex was retiring. But the more I get to know you, the more I am impressed by you. Thank you for your dedication and leadership for my beloved district. I am confident our future is secure with your guidance. I appreciate you, Clifford. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Here, here.
And thank you, Clifford, yes.
Yes. We have one more. I have Ming. Ming, you should be able to unmute your mic.
Hi, quick question. I later on I do have a question on the rate increase, but on the related, do you have any program to help resident or homeowner to like perhaps recycle water, that use recycled water to like water their lawn or like flush the toilet? Do you guys have any program like that?
We have two programs. We have recycled water that is available really for the most part for commercial use and in limited areas of the district. But we do have also gray water conservation guidance and programs there. So we can hook you up with staff to further help with that.
Yeah, definitely to learn more. Yeah. So you can like let me know how I can get those information and see if it works for my family. That'll be appreciated.
That'd be great. Clifford, can you?
Yeah, if you can email Risha Cole, so that's Risha, RISCHA .Cole, COLE at EBMUD.com. We will connect you with the right person.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I didn't catch it. So
Yes, RISCHA .Cole, COLE at EBMUD.com.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for asking.
Okay, I have one item to read into public comments. This item is from Rosemary West, East Bay Mud employee, to General Manager Chan and the Board of Directors. And Rosemary West is writing about the telecommute program and asking the board and General Manager Chan to consider telecommuting as a win-win opportunity for the district, the employees, and the environment. And these comments will be included in the written record. And that concludes public comment for items that are not on the agenda.
Thank you. We are now on to the consent calendar. There are 9 items for consideration. Any items that we need to be pulled from the consent calendar for separate discussion?
My favorite motion is
second motion.
approve the consent calendar.
All right. Madam Secretary, will you please call roll?
Director Coleman,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director McIntosh,
Yes.
Director Mellon,
Yes.
Director Patterson,
Yes.
Director Young,
Yes.
President Lenny.
Yes. All right, thank you. We are now on to our agenda item 10, the public hearing. This is a public hearing to consider proposed changes in the water system and the wastewater system schedule on rates and charges. The public hearing is now open. We welcome public comment. However, please note that the public comments will not be included in the tabulation of written protests for purposes of determining whether a majority protest exists under Proposition 218. Written protests must have been mailed and received by the district before the close of the public hearing, or they may be dropped in the drop box located outside the entry doors of the district's administration building at 375 11th Street in downtown Oakland. To be considered, all written protests must be received before the close of this public hearing. As stated earlier, public comments will not be to, I'm sorry, I think at this point, we're going to have our Director of Finance, Sophia Skoda, give a presentation.
Correct.
Good afternoon, members of the public, Board of Directors, and General Manager Clifford Chan. I'm here today as the Finance Director to bring you a proposed budget for fiscal years 22 and 23 and associated rates and charges for your consideration. So with that, I believe that the Secretary of the District, Risha Cole, will share a slide presentation that we have prepared for today.
Sophia, give us one moment while we bring up those slides.
Certainly.
Sophia, I want to also, I know people are very busy, and we do have some people who wanted to comment on this. For those who wanted to make a comment perhaps before the presentation, I'd certainly be willing to entertain those.
Certainly.
Let me go ahead and. Yes, go ahead. Let me go ahead. I need to cycle through the attendees. Right now, I have 11 hands raised in Zoom. So let me see if people want, and the hands keep going up. So I'm just going to go through one at a time, and we may just take public comment before the presentation. Okay. So the first person that I have is Zach Morrissey. You should be able to unmute your mic, and you will have 3 minutes starting now.
Yeah, hey everyone. Zach Morrissey, living in Oakland. I'm a new homeowner here, and I got that thing in the mail that said it's going to go up 4% this year and then 4% the next year. I'm not really aware at how often the increases happen, but I just got concerned seeing that it's going to go up that amount, and wasn't sure if it's going to continue to go up that like in 2024, if we're going to experience more rate increases too. And it sounds like to protest, I had to do a letter. But yeah, I just wasn't really sure what kind of agency that I have over kind of dictating these rate increases. So yeah, I guess that's more of an open question. That's my feedback there.
Zach, thanks for coming today. So, you know, public is always welcome to comment on whether they think that, you know, the rate increases are appropriate or appropriate amount. We have a series of public hearings, and Sophia will kind of review in part of the presentation what we've had so far in hearings and how we decide this. We do have a run on a 2-year budget, and so, but we vote every year on rate increases that way. But I think you'll learn a lot more in watching the presentation today. So I'll leave it at that. Our next speaker.
Next speaker, I have Schwapal, Vice President Jamila, and I'm going to unmute your mic. I can't see your last name. So you should be able to unmute your mic, and I'm going to start your 3 minutes now.
My name is Jamila Woods. I am the Vice President of Schwapal. We are calling for a permanent moratorium to water shutoffs and no rate increases. And we demand East Bay MUD cancel their new policy to install water flow restrictors in the homes of low-income residents behind on their water bill payments. I have personally advocated at the request of over 25 water shutoff low-income households who were desperate and at their wits' end. Their water bill had climbed to over $1,000. These households are at risk if you install flow restrictors. In March, SWAPOW volunteers and members found an entire apartment complex in Oakland living without water. We advocated for 20 tenants at this single apartment complex. Not only are these families not able to socially distance, they were not able to wash their hands to prevent further spread of the COVID-19. The entire complex had been without water and electricity for 4 months. SWAPOW volunteer advocates got the tenants' water restored on March 17th. We worked on a case with a member who was Spanish speaking only. She works at a laundromat where she earns $7 an hour in Richmond, and she has a water bill of over $1,000. Another member, disabled and over 65 years of age, had been living without water for a year. East Bay MUD customer service employees said that they would not restore his water unless he paid a $400 deposit. He lives on a fixed income of about $800 a month. Another member and his pregnant wife joined our effort when they learned about SWAPOW. When volunteers canvassing door to door came to their home, they had been living without water for over 7 months. The member explained how his neighbor would give him buckets of water that he would boil, filter in a pitcher, and then use for drinking, bathing, and washing dishes. He fills the bathtub with buckets of water so his pregnant wife could bathe. After many hours, much effort, our volunteer advocates were successful in restoring water service to these ratepayers. I read your mission statement, which states that you are responsible to provide access to affordable waters. I am here to tell you that raising the rates and offering flow restrictors to force those who are behind on their bill to catch up will not solve the problem. You say you need money for repairing worn out pipes and other infrastructures. Why take it from low-income families? There is no shortage of money in this state. According to the California Legislative Analyst Office, the 2021-2022 California state budget has a $38 billion budget surplus. The governor just passed a new tax on wealthy Californians and has stated he wants the state surplus to eliminate homelessness and prevent future homelessness.
Jamila Woods, your 3 minutes have concluded. Can you please wrap up your comments?
Sure can.
Thank
One
you.
thing leads to another, and it's a downward spiral. I'm calling on you and your elected officials to go to the state or go to the federal government where our tax dollars have been collected and bring those dollars back home to our families in the communities who need them to pay their water bills. The federal government is offering state funds for infrastructure, so now is the time to go to the state and to the federal government for the money needed, not the rate payers. If East Bay MUD raises the rates, there will be more shutoffs, more flow restrictors, more misery. Workers already have thousands in debt and back bills on rent and utilities. The state and federal government have the money. Don't penalize essential workers who are trying to get back on their feet. Go to the state and federal government and make the moratorium on water shutoffs permanent. It has been done elsewhere. We know it can be done and you can do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Woods.
Give me one moment. Okay, next we have SWAPOW, Caroline Neff. Going to unmute your mic. You should be able to unmute your own mic. And
Hi.
you have, your 3 minutes start
my
now.
name is Caroline Neff. I studied environmental science and management at UC Davis. I'm a volunteer advocate with SWAPOW. I also work at a restaurant as a bartender in order to pay for basic expenses like rent, electricity, and water. I've personally worked on over a dozen water advocacy cases to assist low-income ratepayers struggling to pay their bills during the pandemic. I advocate EBMUD to think outside the box. We are already in a stage 1 drought, and it is predicted that this will be a very hot summer. The fire season has already started. I call on you, the EBMUD Water Board, to stand up for the people who elected you to represent their interests. We have seen time and time again local, state, and federal governments give lip service to policies to protect basic human rights and then act in favor of corporate profits. From the water crisis in Flint, Michigan, to negligence by PG&E and the state of California's lack of forest maintenance that resulted in almost 59,000 wildfires in California in 2020 alone, we have seen failures on behalf of officials to do what's right for the majority. We are calling on you as board members to do the right thing. On September 25th, 2015, all 193 member nations of the United Nations, including the United States, unanimously adopted the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Goal number 6 states that all countries must ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. Alameda County adopted the Alameda County Strategic Vision 2026 on March 21st, 2016. The county stated the goal is to improve something 10 times, requiring you to, quote, rethink the box. This includes eliminating homelessness, providing quality housing that is affordable to all residents, eliminating poverty and hunger, ensuring everyone's basic needs are met, ensuring health care for all, and employment for all, and supporting full employment for the hard to employ throughout the county. Water, like food, is a basic human need. With increasing temperatures in the summer due to global warming, hydration is essential. If the UN, the State Water Resources and Control Board, and Alameda County are committed to the human right to water, can EBMUD do less? Raising rates and restricting access to water is not guaranteeing the human right to water. It is just the opposite. We call on EBMUD to take a ways and means approach. It is your job to come up with policies that don't punish your poorest customers. We call on EBMUD to put in policies that are consistent with Sustainable Development Goal number 6. You do have a choice. We call on you to not approve EBMUD's proposed rate increase, balancing your budget on the backs of those least able to pay for it. This is EBMUD's opportunity to be part of an international call to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. You can endorse them through your actions by placing a permanent moratorium on water shutoffs for families living at or below the federal poverty level now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Craig Bender. You should be able to unmute your mic.
Hi, this is Craig again. Thank you. So a 4% increase in rates this year, 4% next year, 4% again the following year. It certainly sounds like you've taken a top-down approach to budgeting rather than a bottoms-up approach based on real needs. If I look at total system miles, that's remained relatively constant for 10 years. Total water delivered has gone slightly down over 10 years. Your total number of employees has remained constant for 10 years. Yet our water bills have almost doubled. Why is this? After poring over hundreds of pages of your reports, I find one very suspicious item, and that is debt coverage. Not debt payments, but debt coverage. You seem to be sandbagging funds by collecting much more revenue for debt coverage than you are actually spending on debt service. Your debt coverage ratio has increased by 50% over the last 10 years, for no good reason that I can find. In this era of super low interest rates, are you mismanaging our money? Your cash on hand in the bank could fund operations for over a year without any revenue from us. Reduce your debt coverage to what it was a few years ago, and you do not need to raise rates at all. This 4% rate increase seems to be all fluff for your banking buddies. You do not need this rate increase. Not needed. It's not justified. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bender.
Thank
Next.
you. One moment.
While you're doing that, I was just wondering, Doug, if Sophia or somebody can, at the end of the presentations, get back to us on the debt coverage versus the debt service issue that was raised by Mr. Bender.
We can do that and maybe address some of the other comments as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we have Tessa Mara. You should be able to unmute your mic. And your
Hi, my
3
name
minutes will start now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tessa Mara. I'm a resident in Berkeley. I hold a PhD in water resources from UC Berkeley. I would like to say that in general, in this country, we underinvest in our water and sewer infrastructure. And so overall, I respect East Bay MUD's intention to provide more resources towards this with these rate increases. However, I want to echo some previous comments that urges East Bay MUD to think more creatively about ensuring affordable water access to all customers, both now and in the future. Water is a human right in the state of California. And so I would encourage thinking about policies like block pricing that are used in other cities in California, like Los Angeles, which can help ensure affordable access to a necessary amount of water, but can discourage excessive water use. And I want to further encourage East Bay MUD to think holistically about infrastructure in a way that includes our natural infrastructure to ensure that our source water supplies are protected like threats from catastrophic wildfires, which are sort of ever increasing in the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
And by the way, we do use block pricing.
All right. Next speaker, we have Schwapal Gloria Riley. You should be able to unmute your mic. And once you do that, your 3 minutes will start.
Hello, my name is Gloria Riley, and I'm a homeowner, and I've lived in West Oakland since 2002. I grew up in the housing project in Hunters Point in San Francisco and retired from San Francisco Department of Human Services after 23 years. I've spent over 10 years working in Alameda County Behavioral Health, where I have advocated and helped family and children with mental health challenges. And I have worked with Alameda County Foster Care for over 21 years. I have seen firsthand the effects of the policies of East Bay MUD, from the constant rate increases, punitive fees and fines, and lack of access to affordable payment plans. I have seen the damage done to the children and families when they get their water shut off. It has been devastating to watch these families struggle just to survive. I'm here today as a member of SAPOT and East Bay MUD ratepayer, calling for no rate increase, a permanent moratorium to water shut off, and stop East Bay MUD's plan to install water restrictors to the homes of low-income residents behind on their water bills. East Bay MUD reported after December 8th, 2020 water board meeting that they are preparing to employ flow restrictors as part of the payment collection process, and directing staff to develop an implementation plan that shall not take effect prior to lifting of the state of emergency declared on March 4th, 2020 by Governor Newsom. East Bay MUD also stated that prior to the pandemic, approximately 3,000 single-family resident customers per month reach shutoff status with a potential of $3 million in financial exposure. At the end of November 2020, the total arrears amount was just over $6 million per SFR customers. The East Bay MUD reported that though the implementation of flow restrictors will cost the utility company as much as $3 million, it may be an effective way to induce responses from SFR customers at shutoff status. According to East Bay MUD, proposed fiscal year 2022 and 2023 budget and rate frequently asked questions, about 94% of East Bay MUD costs are fixed and are not impacted when ratepayers use less water. Therefore, flow restrictors do not affect East Bay MUD bottom line, making this policy purely punitive and on low-income working families struggling to survive. East Bay MUD used the diversion of the holiday season and the COVID pandemic to then pass this repressive measure. I went to school in 1970. Do any of you remember the different colored tickets issued to children? Blue if you were eligible for a free lunch, yellow for a reduced price, and red indicated your parents paid full price.
Gloria Riley, your
Kids would
3
go
minutes have
hungry.
concluded.
Oh, yeah, I
Please
heard you.
wrap
I'm
up your
almost finished.
comments.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
will do that. No children didn't want to stand in line because they had a different colored ticket. This is no different. Why would you be limiting access to water for those who survived the pandemic despite no work, have friends and relatives who got sick and some even died, and now cannot even afford to pay their water bill without a rate increase? Whose example are you following? Water flow restrictors are used in developing nations like Mexico, South Africa, or are you relegating our neighborhoods to the equivalent of an occupied territory like the Palestine? In their impoverished nation, Palestinians are limited to an average of 73 liters of water a day per person, which is well below the World Health Organization recommendation daily minimum of 100 liters per capita. The reported data shows that on average, Californians use 85 gallons of water per person per day in 2017. This is equivalent to 320 liters. Flow restricted, limit water access to 25% of this, or 80 liters of water per day. This is 20 liters less than the World Organization recommendation, minimum of 100 liters a day. It is only 7 more liters than the average Palestinian under occupation. This is not a developing country. East Bay Mud customers reside in one of the wealthiest 5 county areas
Ms.
in
Riley,
the
I need
wealthy.
you
I
to
heard you. I'm
wrap up.
almost through. I'm almost
Okay.
through. Please just give me this little time. Is the wealthiest state and the wealthiest country in the wealthiest world. This is who we are, the United States. There is another way that we could do this. There is no shortage of money in this state. You can get together with other water districts and go to the state and demand they fund their mandate per AB 685 to ensure affordable, clean, potable resources for California for both home and business use, and demand the state government go to the feds for the infrastructure needed. After all, the United States federal government at a several $billion price tag to United States taxpayer managed to create new water system for Afghanistan. Why can't they provide East Bay Mud the funds to upgrade the infrastructure here? You have the power. You have the power to keep the water on for all who have been affected by this unprecedented pandemic. We demand you eliminate flow restrictors and call for a permanent moratorium on water shutoffs. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Riley.
Okay. Next, we have Aaron Petrick. You should be able to unmute your mic. And when you do, your 3 minutes will start now.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Aaron Petrick. I'm a product designer and have been a resident of Alameda for most of my life. I'm speaking today on behalf of the community of Alameda County because your proposed rate increase is not only a public health issue, but also bad fiscal policy. I reside in Alameda, where I pay my household's bi-monthly EBMUD bill. I'm speaking to you as an EBMUD customer and as a volunteer with Service Worker Project for Affordable Utilities and Water, or SWAPOW. In the words of our country's founders, all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Access to clean water is life, plain and simple. But my stance is based in economics and not morals. And anyone who does not have access to a clean and safe water supply ends up costing our county government huge amounts in healthcare costs and municipal services. As a volunteer advocate with SWAPOW, I work with low-income ratepayers who have lost everything. Prior to the pandemic, many were working in the service industry or were manual laborers. They are the backbone of our community and our country. They are the ones who keep our economy moving and keep the lights on. Our society needs them. And when the pandemic hit, their lives were turned upside down. They got the rug pulled out from under them. A study in March of this year by Cornell University reported that a national moratorium on water service shutoffs could have prevented almost 500,000 COVID-19 infections and over 9,000 deaths. So make no mistake, restricting water will cost lives. Shutoffs and the lack of access of affordable water results in an economic burden to the state, as low-income families facing these challenges incur outsized healthcare costs, some of which are subsidized by the state. And what happens? Who pays the bill? East Bay MUD doesn't pay for the bill of a family living without water or water restrictors. We do. I do. Our community does. Every single one of you individually pay for that. And if you vote for these rate increases and continue your projected water restrictor policy and ultimately restrict more people's access to water, you're voting not only for something that's morally indefensible, but also for something that's demonstrably bad economic policy. And for what? Who benefits? We demand a permanent moratorium on shutoffs to low-income ratepayers, stop the rate increase, and end water restrictors. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Shwapal Sarina. And you should be able to unmute your mic. And when you do, your 3 minutes will start now.
Hi, my name is Serena, and I grew up in Sonoma County and currently reside in Oakland. I studied at St. Mary's College, where I received a degree in international business, and I currently work in business development. I'm a volunteer advocate with SWPAO and a ratepayer with East Bay MUD. I have personally worked on over a dozen water cases, and I've seen our members struggle to pay for water. I'm here today as a member of SWPAO calling for you to 1, block the proposed water rate increases of 4% in July 2021 and 4% in July 2022. 2, cancel the East Bay MUD policy of installing water flow restrictors in the homes of low-income residents behind on their water bill payments. And 3, implement a permanent moratorium on water shutoffs. These punitive policies come in the middle of the worst economic crisis in 100 years, brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. California lost nearly 1.5 million jobs this last year. Oakland's low-paid service workers are barely surviving, earning poverty wages and living in fear of the looming expiration of eviction and utility moratoriums. The rate increases and water flow restrictors especially target these essential workers. It is not acceptable to eat in a restaurant or have your parent or child cared for by a worker who cannot afford water and therefore cannot properly bathe. In November of last year, SWPAO advocated for a member whose take-home pay is $1,500 per month as a caregiver for elderly and disabled homebound residents. She had been living without water for 6 years. She told me, I have been buying bottled water to bathe, forced to choose between paying rent, electricity, and water during the pandemic. After 2 weeks of back and forth negotiation, we successfully got a payment plan with the collections agency, but East Bay MUD refused to restore her water. We said there's a moratorium on water shutoffs, and we're in the middle of the worst health crisis in 100 years. The East Bay MUD manager we spoke with said, I have the right to override a moratorium, and you cannot speak with anyone else but me. No one else is available. SWPAO volunteers persistently continued to fight, and eventually East Bay MUD restored the members' water several weeks later. If East Bay MUD needs funds for infrastructure, use the $3 million set aside for flow restrictors versus raising the rates. East Bay MUD can also go to the state to reclaim our tax dollars or go to the federal government. The President's American Rescue Plan authorized $350 billion in funding to state and local governments for fiscal recovery, of which California will receive about $27 billion. California will also receive an additional $550 million from the Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund, and the state has a $38 billion budget surplus. We demand East Bay MUD hold the state accountable to fund their mandate per AB 685. Every human being has the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. No rate increases, and place a permanent moratorium on water shutoffs for families living at or below the federal poverty level now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have SWPAO Ryan. Actually, so Ryan dropped off. Next, we have Frederick Hagan. You should be able to unmute your mic, and your time will start. Your 3 minutes will start now.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to address not only the rate increase, but the lowering of the tiers in the tiered rate plan. As you know, the Court of Appeals has ruled that tiered rates are unconstitutional, violate the California Constitution, including Proposition 218. The way they do that is the Constitution requires the charges to be proportional between parcels, and that's the fees cover the cost of service only. And the tiered rates violate these two requirements. And East Bay MUD actually has the burden to show compliance with these constitutional provisions. And I don't see anywhere that that's been done in the notice for the hearing that we got. And it's not just some technical violation, it actually affects people substantially too. We have, for example, low income and working families often live in multi-generational homes. And so they might have more people using the water in that home, and that parcel will then be charged at a much higher rate than a more wealthy family that only has 1 or 2 people living in the home, because of the way that the tiered rates increase the charges to the parcel. And also the requirement, there's a requirement that the cost be equal to the service. So has there been any studies to show that the increased rates match the actual cost of providing increased water to low-income families who live in multi-generational households? That's a question I have that I don't know if you will be answering that at the end of the comment period. And I'd like to know if there weren't any studies to ensure that the tiered rate program complies with Proposition 218. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Patrick Kennedy. You should be able to unmute your mic, and when you do, your 3 minutes will start.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Patrick Kennedy, and I would like to applaud East Bay MUD's effort to lower the costs of housing for the homeless and workforce housing by lowering its system connection charges. I'm the owner of Panoramic Interests. I'm an infill developer of workforce housing and housing for the homeless. I've been active in the Bay Area since 1990. Permit fees in the Bay Area make for an outsized component of the high cost of housing here. And your proposal to reduce system connection charges, especially for the construction of smaller units, is a welcome step in the right direction. The sky-high costs of construction in the Bay Area, especially construction close to transit and jobs, necessitates building smaller dwellings if the price of that housing and the rental rates of that housing is to be kept anywhere near affordable. And the current practice of paying the same system connection charges for any unit size, small or large, places an unfair burden on the construction of smaller dwellings. As you know, the SCC fee is the same for a 3,000 square foot condo or a 300 square foot studio for the homeless. And this unfairly burdens the users of the smaller space, who are paying effectively 10 times the amount per square foot for the East Bay MUD connection fee. This drives up the costs of providing such dwellings, which we dearly need in the Bay Area now. Your new proposal addresses this inequity straight on, and East Bay MUD is to be applauded for taking such decisive action to make housing more affordable and for doing its part for new housing for the homeless. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay. We have 3 more, maybe 4 more speakers. I have user 32, no name. You should be able to unmute your mic, and if you could state your name for the record. Someone is listed as user 32. You should be able to unmute your mic. Okay. I will go to the next person. I have Mayen, M-A-H-E-N. You should be able to unmute your mic, and your 3 minutes will start now.
Thank you for letting me in. This is the first time I'm ever attending a meeting like this one, so please note that I may not be going through the right procedure, but I have got 4 items that relates to an individual. I have heard other speakers talking about the increases and other stuff in general. I will go over these items that pertains to my house. That way it will be giving you more clearer picture as to what is going on. First of all, I protest the increases altogether. And the first item that I have here is this notice of hearing. Since this hearing is not going to affect the protest, it will not be counted. So even if we are talking about and asking you not to increase, it's not going to help. So that is one question why we are having this meeting anyway. And the other one is we are told about the increases, but we have not seen any income and expenditure. I think Mr. Vendo mentioned something like that. So without seeing anything as to how much money you are getting in and how much money is being spent on those projects and the way it is going, it is very hard for me to say, okay, 4% is okay, or maybe we should increase by only 2%. So without looking at any amounts of money coming in and going out and where it is going, it is very hard for me to say whether to increase or not to increase. But overall, I'm protesting. Number 3, I meant. I read the meter service charge is fixed, but in my last 3 bills, the charges kept increasing from $28 to $32. So this is one area where it's not only the water rate, but the service charges too are increasing. In last 3 months, it has gone from $28 to $32. But I was reading online and it was supposed to be fixed. And I do not know for how long it has been increasing. I never kept a record of that. And this meter reading also includes, the what you call reading of the meters. I remember people used to come home to home reading the meters, but now it is automated. So why are we still having that charge for meter reading? I don't understand, unless it is being charged, someone is going somewhere reading the meters. If that is the case, then it should be charged to them, not to us or everyone. And number 4, the sewer charge. This all comes under your organization as it comes on one bill only. And I see that my sewer charge is fixed, $71.62 per bill. And then my total water bill, the usage of water is less than $71 and that $32. In other words, I'm spending maybe like $30 on water and I'm paying $100, $70 in other fees. So my total bill comes to, like say $100 and my actual water usage is only $30. So where is this balance? And then also, if you are charging me $71.62 for the sewer, I'm using only like $30 of water, and there's another guy using $100 of water, and he still pays $71.62 for the sewer.
Mayen, your 3 minutes have concluded. Can you please wrap up your comments?
Okay, see, the last thing what I want to say is if there's anything, whatever I have said, like $71.62, if you think that is high, then let me know, because then I can write to someone and get that one adjusted. And then the meter reading service charge, which is increasing on every bill. And then I'm just requesting that if this is the case, then the usage of the sewer, the charge of the sewer should be based on the usage of water, not a flat rate. Thank you.
All right, thanks for making comments and asking questions, Mr. Mann. A few comments I have. One is that I think some of your questions may be answered during the presentation. How much money we bring in, how much money goes out. In terms of the service fees and the sewer fees, I would like to suggest that we connect you with someone from our customer service department, and that they go over your bill and help explain the charges. And if there's any issues or things that need to be adjusted, they can do that. Normally, when we're in a physical location, we can connect you right then and there with somebody from our customer service. But in this case, Clifford, could I ask that you assist Mr. Mahan with a customer service representative? Yes. Get in touch with him.
Absolutely. If you can also send to Risha Cole, that's RISCHA.Cole, COLE at EBMUD.com. We will connect you with our customer service staff to help you out. And at the end, President Linney, I'll address part of his comments too.
Thank you very much.
Great. And I do recommend that anybody who's made comments so far, please stay around for the presentation. We usually take comments afterwards, but it seems like it's also helpful to have questions that come up in the comments ahead of time that we can address during the presentation.
Okay, next we have Laura Malpert. You should be able to unmute your mic. Laura Malpert, you should be able to unmute your mic.
Oh, I'm good. No questions.
So you don't want to comment?
No, thank you.
Okay. Give me one moment. Next, we have user 32 again. User 32, are you on the line?
Yes, I am back. Thank you.
Okay, your 3 minutes will start now. If you could please state your name.
Right. My name is Joshua Polston, and I am also a resident in the East Bay and also a homeowner interested in developing an ADU in the rear of the unit. I just wanted to commend the lowering of charges for these small units. They are likely to create many more housing opportunities. And even with the reduction, I just think it's important to remember that we're still talking about a significant cost burden. The cost of the unit is over $15,000, even with this reduction. And when we're considering a small 300, 400 square foot unit, that is still a significant portion of the development costs. So I applaud the actions and would encourage more forward thinking on how to proportionally distribute these costs in a more equitable manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Josh. Any more comments?
We do. We have two more. We have Julie M. Julie, you should be able to unmute your mic, and your time will start now.
Hi, my name's Julie Mills, and I'm an Oakland homeowner, and I'm here to oppose the adding the flow restrictors. While they might follow your intent of your mission to provide water, they might follow the letter of the law. I don't think they follow the intent to actually provide the real service. If people don't have a bathtub, it would be very difficult to take a shower with a flow restrictor. You might be able to fill a bathtub in a long amount of time, but a shower would be very difficult. And during the pandemic, access to water is even more important. And I also oppose the increase of 4% over the next 2 years each. This is a time when we're in a financial crisis, so much so that there's a moratorium in our state on evictions and across the nation. So while costs are being reduced or postponed, it's not the time to be increasing rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mills.
And last speaker. Laura Malpert, you should be able to unmute your mic. Oh, yeah, she still had her hand up. Thank you. All right. I have 2 items to read into the record for public comments as it pertains to the rates. This is from Dirk Nahart, and this is a Berkeley resident. The increase is too conservative. We are nearing drought conditions and should be having drought prices for our water. Let there be a regulation demanding diminution of water prices when we return to an average 50-year annual supply of water. And this will be filed with the record. The second comment is from Scott Aaronfort, and this is about the proposed rate increase. As an East Bay MUD customer and resident of San Leandro, I am not in favor of a rate increase, and this will be filed with the record. And that concludes the public comment.
So President Lenny, maybe I can address a few of the comments. I think Sophia will address many of them as well. First, on the city sewer service charge that one commenter had, that is not an East Bay MUD charge. So for, say, the city of Oakland or Berkeley or Emeryville, that is the city charge, and it's just a pass-through. We bill on behalf of the cities. The other comment with respect to that is that it's a fixed fee for Oakland, and that is something that we have commented to Oakland about to take a look at and see if they can make it a variable rate. But again, that is not our charge, so we just provide that comment to the city of Oakland. The other thing that we've done is customers who qualify for our customer assistance program, we have worked with the city of Oakland that they will also see a reduction over time, eventually in a few years, to get to 35% reduction on their city sewer service charge with the city. Again, this is the city's cost, but we've worked closely with the city of Oakland to institute that type of discount for customers. With respect to the water shutoffs and the flow restrictors, first, let me say a few things. I've heard about some circumstances that don't seem to comport well with our policy or our guidelines. So if there are circumstances that you discuss that you want to share with us, we will look into each and every one of them. That said, for multifamily residential units, even before the pandemic, we do not shut off water service. We do not put a flow restrictor on multifamily residential for non-payment. For single-family residential customers, our prior policy was if you don't pay your bill for over about 100 days, that we would have shut off service. We have since, and you've heard many commenters talk about the flow restrictors, but I want to be very clear about the flow restrictor. We make every effort to work with our customers, and that goes over the course of 100 days. And it is our goal for multifamily, for single family, we do not want to shut off the water service for anyone. And this is not the final step. This is just another step in the process to get there within the rules that we have to operate under. But that said, if any customer works with us, we will not restrict their flow. We will also not shut off their flow either. They will get full flow if they work with us. The small fraction of customers, after over 100 days, where we reach out multiple times to speak and work with them, is that very small fraction of people who do not contact us, do not respond to any of our outreach efforts, where we would have previously shut them off, that we now are talking about flow restrictors. Flow restrictors is not the first thing we do. It is the absolute last thing we would consider. It is our goal to keep the water service on and the full service on. And we will, over the course of over 100 days, work with all of our customers. And we ask, if they work with us, they would see no impact. Plus, we have the most generous customer assistance program in the state that will reduce your water bill by over 50% and your sewer bill by 35%. So for all the commenters from SWPAO and everyone else, if there are issues, or I heard some examples where it didn't seem to follow our policy, because we also, when the pandemic started, we suspended all water shutoffs and restored water service to people who had previously not paid for their water before the governor required anyone in the state to do that. I heard some examples where that didn't seem to be the case. Again, send us that information. We will look into each and every one of them, because that is not our policy. And then the other items respect to the budget, Sophia can cover in her presentation.
Thank you, Clifford, for that clarification on those things.
Okay, I believe that we're going to return to the beginning of this presentation. And I just want to say as I start that, we appreciate the time that people have taken out of their days to attend this public hearing today. And we thank you in particular to those who are not advocating on behalf of themselves, but on behalf of the poor. Thank you. Just for those in the audience that are new to East Bay MUD, I would just say, first of all, if you don't already know, East Bay MUD is a not-for-profit special district. A lot of people think that we're like PG&E with shareholders, and we are not. We are a public agency with responsibility for water and wastewater service under California's Municipal Utility Districts Act. And we have a 7-member board that's before you today that's elected by the public by ward. And we do serve communities both in Alameda and Contra Costa County. Just again, kind of to answer some of the questions that came up during the comment period, the cost of our water remains about a penny a gallon even after these rate increases, and the rate increases represent for the average single family residential user less than a dime a day in each of the years, fiscal year 22 and 23. So the average single family bill for the new resident to Oakland is about $64 a month, so less than $2.50 per day, or less than a cup of coffee for at most places where you can get coffee and black coffee. Another question about our costs, would they increase annually? Our costs do increase annually, just like those of homeowners. So cost for gas for our vehicles, for electricity, our construction costs, anyone that's done any kind of construction in the Bay Area has seen what those costs look like. Costs of wages, healthcare benefits for our staff. So the other thing that I would like to say is that there were some questions about East Bay MUD and advocacy with the state and federal government. So we appreciate those comments, and we wholeheartedly agree, and our staff and our board are continuing to advocate, as they have at both the state and federal level, for funding for water and sanitation, and for funding for those particularly that have not been able to pay bills during the course of the pandemic. So thank you for those comments, and we agree. I do want to note that I believe that we were the first agency in the state of California, and ahead of the state ended all shutoffs. Wanted to let everyone know that. There were also some questions about our tiered structure. So we do use a 3-tier structure, which we agree is a best management practice in the arid West. And those are based on cost of service. What that does is it incentivizes efficient use, and it fairly recovers our cost. We have a rate study that's in compliance with Proposition 218. We do know that there are some agencies out there who have tiered rates that are not in compliance with Proposition 218, but our costs are based on cost of service, and we have essentially a cost of service study that we adhere to. There was another question about coverage, debt service coverage. And so I guess what I'd like to start off by saying is that thank you for taking a deep look at our finances. We appreciate that. And I think it was Mr. Bender is right that our debt service coverage has increased in recent years. The coverage has been particularly high recently as a result of high capacity or connection fees that have been as a result of very strong development in our service area. However, those types of connection fees are never guaranteed. They ebb and flow with the economy and with development. And as you've also heard from a previous commenter, those capacity fees actually will be going down. We have applied these less predictable revenues to capital expenses, avoiding the issuance of debt. But I also want to talk about coverage specifically. So coverage, debt service coverage represents revenues over our operating expenses and debt service, but before capital expenses. And so the revenue that we collect in any given year that's greater than operating expenses and debt service is largely used essentially for capital expenses. And so by design and under the way that we budget and long-term planning, that's what we do. So by cash funding more of our capital, it actually reduces our debt and our debt service, but it actually, increases our coverage. So it's kind of a positive feedback loop, but I can see that you think, gosh, are you raising rates because of debt service coverage? I also want to note that higher coverage does keep our credit ratings high. And that's good because it means that when we do borrow, that borrowing rates are low. And for anyone that's out there that's wondering, why do we borrow and not just pay cash for everything? There are two answers. So one, the same reason why homeowners take out a mortgage so that we can pay those costs over time rather than paying for it in one big chunk and having to raise rates a very, very large amount to pay for those capital projects. And also to assist with intergenerational equity. So the house next door to yours, it's not just, you and your home that's having to pay for all those expenses today. As I've said, we have systems in place that have been here a long time, and we want everyone to be able to participate in the cost and in the benefits, since those facilities are going to be here for a long time. So I think that I covered most of the questions that were asked. There were some questions I think that covered our customer assistance program, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that later. So with that, I think we can move on to the next slide. I think I've sort of given the introduction at this point, so we'll move, into this slide here. So this is just a slide that on the left hand shows kind of some historical photos from East Bay MUD, the construction of our main dam, Part E. And you can see all of the old, I don't know if those are Model A's or Model T's in the bottom there. But 100 years ago, our predecessors worked very hard to secure water supplies and to build facilities that still serve us today. The photos on the right are sort of current photos of our staff, and we continue to benefit from that foresight, and we are investing in the future to leave facilities and water supplies for the next generation of East Bay residents. Moving on to the next slide. Behind me, when I was speaking, you might have seen that there was a bit of a different picture, a sort of a brown tinged picture of our reservoir, and that's because it's a dry year. But normally, in normal years, 90% of our water comes from the Sierra Nevada mountains. So it's the first third, these snowy mountains that you see in this shot. And that pure snow melt flows down into Part E Reservoir and then is carried by gravity through those McCullum aqueducts, those three big lines that you see in the bottom third of that photo here. We are blessed to have some of the best water in the country. So a bit about the history of East Bay MUD. We were created in 1923 and we're about to turn 100. And so again, because that infrastructure that was in place, much of it in place from that period, still in service, our primary focus has been these last few years and will be as we move into the future, investing in the next 100 years. So again, as I've said, we can be ready and be ready for the future generations that follow us. Next slide. So this is just a shot of our service area. East Bay MUD is the second largest retailer of water in California. We serve 1.4 million customers in Alameda and Contra Costa counties, and about 740,000 wastewater customers. The wastewater service area is sort of the hatched area that you see hugging the bay. Essentially, we have a rich history of providing reliable service, and we are investing again in the future, preparing to meet the challenges that come. For those again that are new to East Bay MUD, our mission is to manage the natural resources with which the district is entrusted, to provide reliable and high quality water and wastewater services at fair and reasonable prices for the people of the East Bay, and to preserve and protect the environment for future generations. And we really see ourselves as a part of the Bay Area and its history, and we're very deeply committed to its future. Next slide. Now we're going to jump in to talk a little bit about what we do. So we operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We need to be ready to have the water on when you need it, for whatever you need it. And we need to be ready to fix leaks, to do whatever work is needed. I do want to note there's a shot kind of in the second row on the bottom, and it's a staff person that's working on a meter there. There was a comment that was made, I think, by Mr. Mahan that about automated meter reading. So at this point, we don't have automated meter reading available to all of our customers, and our meters are essentially read by folks that go out the same way that we've been doing it for many years, although we continue to review automated metering and will be making some decisions about what's right with respect to technology as we move forward. Next slide. So over here, we have the public hearing rates and charges agenda items, and these are the things that we are considering today. So the first item, agenda 10, is to conduct a public hearing to consider water and wastewater system proposed changes to the schedule of rates and charges. We will, at the end of the public hearing, the Secretary of the District, Risha Cole, will report on the number of protests and then close the public hearing. Again, depending on the results of that public hearing, the items for consideration would be 11.1 and 11.2 would be to adopt rates and charges subject to Proposition 218, and those also not subject to 218, and then to adopt a budget essentially if the rates essentially pass, and then to adopt a position resolution with respect to staffing as well. Next slide. So as part of this budget cycle, staff and the board held a budget workshop on January the 26th and a second one on March the 23rd, incorporating feedback from the first budget workshop in January. At the conclusion of those two budget workshops, staff incorporated comments and mailed a Proposition 218 notice to the public. Those were all mailed by April the 23rd to give everyone at least a 45-day notice of today's public hearing. We also held a public webinar. We actually held two on the fiscal years 22 and 23 budget and rates, and that was held on May 6th. And we've also been holding and attending events throughout our service area at groups that would have us speak, essentially board members and staff, just sharing information about the district and about our budget and rates. The general manager's report on rates and charges was filed on May 11th with the board of directors, and today we are at the public hearing on rates and charges where the board will consider our rates and budget and staffing. If the rates are passed by the board of directors, our fiscal year 22 rates and charges would go into effect on July the 1st. I also would like to make a note for the board and for the public, which is that if these rates and charges are passed on the wastewater side, a separate hearing is required to place the district's wet weather facilities charges on the tax roll, and that hearing is currently scheduled for July the 13th. Next slide. So now we're getting into the Proposition 218 rates and charges. Again, Proposition 218 is now Articles 13 C and D of the California Constitution. And I believe one of the commenters spoke about rates and charges and Proposition 218 and those requirements that we do follow. Next slide. So what we have here is the fiscal years 22 and 23 proposed rate increases. Those are at 4% and 4% for the water system and also for the wastewater system. I would like to note two things. One, for those that assiduously follow our rate plans, 2 years ago when we had been looking at the same slide and the projections, we had projected that we would be at 5% and 5% today. Understanding that the pandemic has had a major impact on many people, we went back back and we said, how do we balance the need to move forward with critical capital expenditures with the fact that we have many that have been affected by the pandemic? Raising rates is always a difficult decision. And so we sharpened pencils, moved out some capital, and we've ended up coming forward today with 4% and 4% on the water side, and kept the recommendation at 4% and 4% on the wastewater side. With respect to our projections, we do project additional rate increases down the line. That was a question from the commenter, allowing us to keep up with increases in costs. Again, gas, electricity, wages and benefits, all of the costs of construction, and currently our projected increases continue to be around the 4% level moving forward. Next slide. This is just a graphic to show your water dollar at work. And so it shows out of every dollar that a customer pays, that over 50% of it is going to infrastructure improvements. So pipelines, reservoirs, treatment plants, pumping plants, 28 cents going to water service, and then the remainder going to regulatory compliance, natural resource management, customer service, and administration. Next slide. This is a similar chart that essentially shows a wastewater dollar at work. So we are treating approximately between 50 and 60 million gallons per day of wastewater for our 740,000 customers. And 42 cents of that dollar roughly is around infrastructure improvements, 37 cents around wastewater treatment, so operations and maintenance of our main facility based at the bottom of the, kind of just before you get onto the Bay Bridge, going from the East Bay into San Francisco. And then we have the remainder in environmental and regulatory compliance, administration, and customer service. Next slide. So I do want to share that our rates and charges are based on cost of service. So our operating and capital expenditures are planned to ensure that we can provide reliable service, again, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And essentially revenue from our water and wastewater rates fund those expenditures. As a not-for-profit public agencies, we can only cover the cost of providing service. Our rates do have to follow Proposition 218 requirements, and those cover essentially property-related charges, although we don't actually put any water fees on a parcel charge, but essentially that's what Proposition 218 covers. And there are also procedural and substantive requirements for rate adoptions. One of them is this public hearing that we're in the middle of today. And again, as the commenter noted, revenues may not exceed the cost of providing water and wastewater service. That is correct. So our cost of service rates essentially take our expenses and we allocate them to our customers based on use and use characteristics. And so that's what our cost of service study does. Also wanted to note that a recent review did find our rates to be in full compliance with the law. Next slide. So this just shows what the actual impact is of these rate increases on a range of customers. So very low customer, use customer at 4 CCF. A CCF is a centum cubic foot, centum being the Latin for 100, and 1 CCF is 748 gallons. So it's a lot of water. So what you'll see there is that the current bill for a low user, just under $45 a month, at the end of the proposed rate increases would go up to $48.54 per month. And then you'll see again for the 50th percentile user, 75th percentile user, 95th percentile user, and the average user at 8 CCF. If you're wondering why isn't the average the same as the 50th percentile, it's because some of the higher users essentially drag up the average. But 50% of our customers are using 6 or less CCF per month. So you'll see what those rate increases are shown here in each of those fiscal years. I do want to note that these bills do not include an elevation surcharge that is paid by customers who live at higher elevations. More than 50% of our customers are able to take advantage of just the gravity flow from the Sierra Nevada mountains and are not paying that elevation surcharge. Next slide. So with respect to other customers than single family residential, here we see the multifamily residential for 4 dwelling units, 5+, and for commercial and industrial. We show kind of average use currently for those categories and what their bill is currently and what it would be at the end of that period. Next slide. With respect to wastewater customers, the average single family residential customer with use of 6 CCF currently paying $23.02 per month would have a bill at the end of the two proposed rate increases of $24.89 per month. And the single family residential maximum currently at $26.98 would go up to $29.18. The single family residential maximum, you might ask, why is there a maximum? And the answer is because we don't want to charge anyone for water that we're not treating. So there's only so many loads of laundry, so many dishes, and so many baths and showers that a household is going to take. And water use above that point is assumed to be water that is essentially being used outdoors for irrigation. And so that's why there's a maximum. Next slide. With respect to our non-residential wastewater treatment rates, what you'll see here is a series of some of the major kind of use categories: restaurants, hotels, hospitals, and retail and office. You'll see the current dollars per CCF there for fiscal year 21, and then the increases in each of the two fiscal years. You'll see that the increases are not exactly 4% in some cases, and that has to do with rounding. And I also did want to note that we do collect an annual wet weather facilities charge from properties that are connected to the wastewater system. And those fees are also increasing, but those are on the property tax bill, not on the bi-monthly East Bay MUD bill that customers receive. Next slide. This is actually what those wet weather facilities charges are. And so for a small lot under 5,000 square feet, the property tax bill would reflect for the owner of a single family residential lot, currently at $115.70 per year, would be going up at the end of the increase for fiscal year 23 to $125.16. You can also see the charges for a medium lot, which means between 5,000 and 10,000 square feet, and then for a large lot, so those over 10,000 square feet. Next slide. So if you're wondering how that whole bill sort of sits out for users as compared with, you know, if our customer lived in some other part of the Bay Area. So you can see here a bill for 8 CCF per month. Again, I want to remind you this is the average user, and that more than 50% of our customers are actually paying less than this amount. We like to try to kind of be in the middle of the pack. We're just above the middle at this point, but we also know that many entities didn't raise rates in the last year and may be considering rate increases in the next year or 2 years. And so we'll see what this looks like next year and the following year as well. Next slide. This is the same type of chart that's created for a wastewater user. And what you'll see, however, is that East Bay MUD bar is split into two. So there's the blue section that represents the East Bay MUD part of the charge, and then the green, which is essentially an amalgam of all of the other collection system agencies in the area. So East Bay MUD only provides wastewater treatment. We do not actually take the water from your door to our interceptor. That's done by the city of Berkeley, the city of Oakland, city of Piedmont, city of Emeryville, etc. So that's sort of an average charge there in the rest of the green bar. And that is the charge that Mr. Mahan, I believe was his name, was mentioning in his comments, saying, hey, you know, this is a fixed charge and it isn't based on flow. And that is correct. And East Bay MUD does not actually control that charge. Next slide. So at this point, we would be going into the non-Proposition 218 rates unless we want to conclude the public hearing on the Proposition 218 rates at this point. Risha?
So past practice is that we just go through the entire presentation.
Okay.
And
I wasn't
then,
sure if we wanted to stop. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay.
So these rates now are not subject to Proposition 218. Next slide. So the first of these charges are system capacity charges, both on the water side and on the wastewater side. So during the last 18 months, staff has been working on a new water system capacity charge study. We held a workshop with the board at the end of 2020, and we essentially are proposing today to adopt the results of that study, an updated SCC, system capacity charge study. And what that does is essentially updates water use, a drop of almost 30% for most customers, linked directly to the permanent decreases in water use that we have seen. And it essentially also creates a new category for small, less than 500 square feet and under units. And I believe that Mr. Kennedy mentioned that in his comments as well. So that study does also have an impact on our wastewater capacity fee study. We do adjust our fees annually according to the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index, but with the there's also kind of a decrease based on the water use assumptions. So this is what's proposed for the water and wastewater capacity charges. And again, those are charges that are linked to new development. I did want to take a moment to note a comment that was made by one of the people during public comment. I think it was user 32 about ADUs. In general, there are many ADUs that don't pay any additional cost unless there's some requirement from your particular city. And so I would urge the user 32 to contact our new business office and see if perhaps they fit into that category. Next slide. So other proposed updates to rates, fees, and charges that again are not covered by 218 include reasonable fee recovery. So updating for our actual costs for special service charges such as meter testing or return checks, hydrant meters, also installation charges, Public Records Act fees, rec use fees, water service regulations, etc. So these are all being updated essentially to reflect our actual costs. Next slide. So let's talk a little bit about our biennial operating and capital budget for fiscal years 22 and 23, fiscal year 22 starting on July 1. Next slide. So our strategic plan is what we use to essentially guide decisions and establish priorities on what work we plan to carry out in any 2-year period. And we worked very hard to again look at our budget and rates and try to make sure that we were being cognizant of the pandemic. The themes for this budget: cautious, flexible, realistic, balancing that need to invest in infrastructure with the economic realities of the fact that it's been difficult for many as a result of the pandemic. So our twin priorities are continuing investments in and maintenance of our aging infrastructure and continuing implementation of plans for long-term financial stability. Next slide. So there are challenges. We have to be prepared to serve come what may, and it does come. Many of you will remember the public safety power shutoffs the last 2 years. We want to make sure that our customers don't go without water, and that comes at a cost. We need to make sure that we've rented generators, that they're in place, that they have fuel to keep them going. There's drought, and this last year we faced even a pandemic, and those are in addition to our ongoing challenges of aging infrastructure, rising costs, seismic hazards, changes in regulatory compliance, etc. Climate change. So these are real, and we have to be ready to serve. Next slide. So this is a close-up of our actual biennial budget appropriations. So our 2-year total appropriations for water and wastewater together come in at $2.25 billion. In the chart, you'll see it broken up by operations, debt service, and the capital appropriation, and by water and wastewater. And you'll also see the totals for both fiscal years 22 and 23. I do want to note that as part of the budget adoption, staff will be reviewing memberships and sponsorships with a particularly close pencil and close eye. Next slide. So our 5-year capital improvement program cash flow is presented here by water and by wastewater, and by a 5-year total. So over 5 years, we are going to be spending $2 billion in water system improvements and almost $250 million on wastewater essentially improvements. So significant expenditures in capital. I'd also like to note that investments in capital means investments in jobs. There's work that's created here at the district and throughout our local economy. Local dollars are spent locally. Next slide. So this is just a slide that shows some of the work that we have planned with respect to our water system and the capital improvements that are part of the dollars that we're going to be spending. So the fiscal year 22 and 23 dollars on infrastructure in the water system, 718.6 million, including work on distribution pipe replacement. So, you know, I was out with crews before the pandemic, had an opportunity to see a line being replaced right here in West Oakland. And the line was marked CI and 98, and that was cast iron. And the staff person said, and that is not 1998, that 98 is 1898. So continued work on replacing our distribution pipe replacements, work on our water treatment plants, work, for example, on Orinda, adding UV disinfection, which will assist with essentially water quality, specifically around THMs, and over $45 million on large diameter pipeline replacement. So Wildcat Canyon projects like that are included in that category of work. Next slide. On the wastewater side, we have $95.6 million of work planned fiscal years 22 and 23, over $25 million on treatment plant improvements, work on our interceptors and pump stations. So pump station L, pump station M, South Interceptor, all of those included, and work over $400 million of work on our secondary wastewater treatment processes, clarifiers, reactors, dechlor, etc. Next slide. And now we cover the position resolution. So next slide. Staff worked very hard to keep positions flat over this 2-year period. Very, very challenging, but again, consistent with the themes that we've talked about with respect to the budget, you know, trying to be cautious, trying to be realistic, trying to be flexible. So we do have some position additions, but we have also made sure that we have position deletions so that we can basically keep FTEs flat over this period. So additional changes proposed with no net change to authorize FTE for our FIS MMIS replacement. That's the replacement of our purchasing system and our financial system. You'll remember that our purchasing system, MMIS, was we had purchased our last server on eBay from Ireland. We're well into the implementation right now of the new system, which is named Elsie, and that will be concluded by the end of this year. And also work on our HRIS, our human resources, essentially software that helps us do all of the work that we do. Next slide. With respect to classification changes, we are deleting telephone radio operator and senior telephone and radio operator, and we are creating a new classification for a manager of wastewater technical and emerging issues. Next slide. So as part of fiscal years 22 and 23, we are going to use a tool that we developed during our last budget cycle, the budget in brief. And this is a concise budget summary. It enhances transparency. We have it available to all of our crews who are our best ambassadors out in the public every day. Whenever you see a set of crews or vehicles, they're likely to have this on hand. So please ask for it if you see anyone, and certainly staff, feel free to pass these around. It is available this year, not only in English, but also in Chinese and in Spanish. And we, our outreach efforts with respect to this document, you know, include eastbaymud.com, GM Town Hall, Splashes, our internal sort of message board, and community and stakeholder groups, among others. So next slide. So at this point, we want to talk a little bit about our Proposition 218 protest provisions. Next slide. So if written protests are received by a majority of the affected parcel owners and tenants directly liable for the payment of water and wastewater charges, then the proposed rates cannot be implemented. So within the service area, the district has 386,046 water accounts and 180,421 wastewater service accounts. So if a majority of these water service accounts or wastewater service accounts have essentially protested these rates, they cannot by state law be implemented. Next slide. So normally, again, we would have public comment. We've already done that. And so the next slide is essentially the consideration of the results. So I believe Risha Cole, the Secretary of the District, will decide to close the public hearing. Is that right, Risha?
The president will actually close the public hearing.
Thank you.
So Sophia, that's the end of your presentation, right?
That is correct. I don't have anything further, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions from the board? Not here. John.
Just a quick question. I know in the budget,
you'll be next.
In the budget information that we received, the 1,366 pages thereabouts, I talked about the drought. So we're not at this point in time looking at doing anything to change us from a stage 1 drought to 10% voluntary cutbacks, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you for asking that question. Yes. So at this point, we are in a stage 1 drought. The board did declare that. A stage 1 drought does not have a drought surcharge attached to it. Our stages 2, 3, and 4 have the possibility essentially of attaching a drought surcharge to it. And that drought surcharge would be approved as part of the action that we are asking the board to take today. So those drought surcharges are up to 8%, up to 20%, and up to 25% in stages 2, stages 3, and stage 4. Why is it an up to? It's because we don't want to charge more than we need to. So what that does is it enables us to come to the board with a recommendation based on our actual costs of water, what we're actually having to pay to buy supplemental supplies, our actual costs of energy to pump those additional supplies since we can't take advantage of gravity from the Sierra Nevadas, and our actual costs to treat those water supplies, as the quality generally is the same as what we're used to from Part E and from the Sierra Nevada snowmelt. So those surcharges are not being considered at this time. We would ask that everybody join us in hoping for a very wet winter coming up here, and we'll revisit at the end of the year. At this point is what the plan has been.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification since I did read that in the report and talked about it. So essentially those are under up to 18.
That is correct. Thank you for asking.
Thank you very much.
I think Director Patterson had indicated he was interested.
Yes, I was moving to close the public hearing at this time so we can deliberate the next step.
I'm not clear whether we should continue our discussions. I guess the public hearing is just taking public comments. Maybe at that, thank you, Bill. We will, I'll ask if there have been anyone else who joined to make a public comment, and then we'll close the hearing and do our deliberations.
President Lenny, I don't have anyone else on the line for public comment.
Okay.
And I would second Bill's motion.
There is no requirement for a motion to close the public hearing, but I note that there was a motion by Director Patterson and a second by Director McIntosh. So if President Lenny, if you want to close the public hearing, I have the total number of protests from staff.
Yeah, so we'll now, I'm powerless without my gavel to bang that the public hearing is closed, but I will declare the public hearing closed at this point.
Okay,
at
10 p.m. President Lenny, I have two people who just raised their hands for public comment.
Okay. Are they people who have already commented, or?
One person, yes, but it looks like we have a new person for comment. So I'm going to go ahead and call those two people.
All right.
Okay. The first person is Priyana. I am going to unmute your mic. You should be able to unmute your own mic. And your 3 minutes will start now.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Priyana Hanan. And I'm speaking today against the rates, the spike in rates. I speak as a concerned citizen today, and I would like to note that I've been to quite a few public hearings in the last few weeks, and amongst all of them, this is the only one that I would highly emphasize where all the speakers are actually aligned on their position against the rates. As most of the ones I've been to have been very controversial, with speakers speaking on both sides and not really being it's not very clear which side the vote is going to go towards. But I'd like to again emphasize today, clearly all the speakers here today are against the spike. There's a high majority here, and I'd like to pinpoint that one of the last few slides on Prop 218 about receiving public comment against taxes and against such motions. I do feel that it's very undemocratic of the board to do this without really asking and expecting all of the effort for like gathering public comments, gathering votes and so forth on the people itself rather than on the board. I do feel that it's the job and the duty of the board to gather these opinions proactively. And so raising these spikes seems very undemocratic of me, in my opinion. And yeah, I would implore the board to not move forward with the motions, and at the very least, speak to your demographic and try to put in the effort to understand whether these would be supported or not. I trust that you know the right thing to do based off of the speakers that we've heard today. And I also do want to correct one of the points that was frequently mentioned during the presentation about the water moratorium, where EBMUD is taking credit for the water moratorium. From my records, I do recall that EBMUD was not initially compliant. We thank them now for the water moratorium, but from what I know, it seems that SWPAO was actually the one to push for the water moratorium and successfully advocate for it. So I thank them for that, and I'd like to request that the board give proper credit in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next we have Frederick Hagan. You should be able to unmute your mic, and your 3 minutes will start now.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on my comments about the tiered rates. I understand there was a study that the overall costs, the overall charges match the cost of service, but under Proposition 218, the costs match the cost of service for each parcel and be proportionally distributed. And the Court of Appeals has found that tiered rates violate those two provisions of Proposition 218. So my question was just, has there been any studies on those factors? Because I didn't see anything in the budget presentation on those factors, the tiered rates and Proposition 218. Thank you.
Doug, this is John. Perhaps our general counsel can speak to that. Correct, Spencer?
Yes, so under Prop 218, rates are to be based on the proportional cost of service provided, and it must reflect the cost of service that's attributable to the parcel. Now, what we do here is we take units of water and we have breakpoints. So a certain amount of units of water will fall into one tier. Other higher usage of water to parcels will fall into another tier. And then the higher tier is also reflective of higher water use. So it's not a parcel by parcel determination, but it is based on the use of the water to the parcels. So what we have is a basic amount of infrastructure that is used and services that are used to supply a basic amount of water. And then as customers use more water, either they move from indoor use to also outdoor use. And then you have also customers who do use a lot of water that puts peak demands on our water system. And so the costs related to those peak demands are higher. So that's how we attribute the costs.
That's correct. I believe that the rates that have been found unconstitutional had sort of arbitrary 1x tier 1, 2x tier 2, 3x. There wasn't a tying of costs to those actual tiers.
That's correct. That's the San Juan Capistrano case.
Mr. Higgins, does that answer your question or your comments?
That does, except was there a study that we could review?
There is a cost of service study, yes, that we have.
Okay, thank you.
And if you can't find that on the website, do we have that on the website? We can certainly provide that to you.
We can provide that to Mr. Higgin, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, any other public speakers?
There are no other public speakers.
All right, I'll try again to close the public hearing then at 3:17 p.m. I will close the public hearing portion of the meeting.
Okay.
We will, Madam Secretary, I believe that you're going to have a tally of the total number of valid protests received.
Correct. Staff has reported that we have 42 valid protests as of the close of the public hearing.
Okay. Well then, just as review, the district has 386,046 water service customers and 180,421 wastewater service customers. We have counted and tabulated then that the district has received, you said 46?
42.
42 valid written protests from the record owners of parcels upon which the water or wastewater service rates and charges are proposed to be imposed for tenants who are directly liable for the payment of the proposed water or wastewater service charges. Based on the number of valid written protests submitted prior to the close of the public hearing, a majority protest does not exist for the adoption of the proposed water and wastewater service rates and charges. Accordingly, the proposed rates and charges may be adopted and implemented by the district upon approval by the board. So we will move to agenda item 11.1.
President Linney, Director Katz has his hand raised.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, is this the appropriate
That's
time
right.
to, thank you, President Linney. Is this the appropriate time to raise a question about the budget and the rates? Are we ready to move
Yes,
into
this is
discussion?
the discussion. I know you had your hand up and Frank also had his hand up. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I know we have, in general, my statement about this budget is that we've taken great care to not have an excessive rate increase, but we won't let our infrastructure fall apart. So therefore, I'll be voting to support the proposed rate increase in budget. But I do have some questions related to the important issue of moving beyond water shutoffs. So I'm proud of the district's leadership being the first water agency to move beyond water shutoffs and to take a stand against water service terminations at the start of the pandemic. The first to recognize that we want to do better when the pandemic ends, when this emergency is declared over. And we have our community members to thank, especially feedback from community groups like SWAPOW for helping us better appreciate the impact on our low-income customers. I definitely am, we've had a good deal of discussion in prior meetings as a board about the technical aspects of the flow restrictor. We've already decided that as a board. But I did raise in our prior workshops some questions with concern for affordability. I do notice in the service interruption charges, I was looking at page 3-A of the charges. That's page 180 in our packet. I noticed that there is still a service termination charge of $50. So my question to the staff is why do these remain? Is that for non-residential customers? Is that for another circumstance? Why are the service interruption charges still reflected in the budget? And then I have two other comments about affordability.
Director Katz, for that first question, Andrew Lee can respond to that.
Director Katz, so the service interruption charge is there because exactly what you point out is for non-residential customers. Plus, There will be other opportunities. Basically, is that is a interruption that requested by the customer to shut off a service. So those would be covered under that fee.
Thank you. Yeah, and I do notice other conforming changes that reflect the new policy approach. What I am concerned about is, while I think we will need to closely monitor the flow restrictor program to make sure that people really do get access to water for essential services and basic needs while they're imposed with a flow restrictor. This is moving forward with the view that this is better than a full termination. But I think we need to be sensitive to affordability consequences because if a customer is not facing service termination, then a bill will be accruing. There's two different aspects that I'm concerned about. One is the actual flow restrictor installation charge itself, and the other is the regular monthly service charge or bi-monthly service charge. So first, I am interested for the flow restrictor installation charge. I would like to propose that this be suspended during enrollment and progress payments of a payment plan worked out with our customer service staff. If they have bills in arrears, which is the reason why we would be imposing the flow restrictor, that flow restrictor installation charge could be suspended while that payment plan is going on, and then after the payment plan has been satisfied, waived. So that way we are able to help our customers get through their arrears, pay off their bill, but not impose this $146 charge for flow restrictors. So I'm concerned about that and would like to propose that. My second proposal that I'd like to share is, in addition to any CAP program discounts, to reduce service charges by 50% or an appropriate amount for a customer affected by a flow restrictor for the majority of any given billing period. I'm very concerned that a customer who is subjected to a flow restrictor will begin to accumulate arrears of this roughly $30 a month charge when they're getting a drip. And that's a concern to me, that people will not be really getting the full value of service, but we're going to charge the full service charge. So I request that my colleagues, starting with the staff, comment about those two options for considering affordability with our flow restrictor charge, as I previously proposed at our last workshop.
Yeah, and Director Cass, we can respond to both of those, starting with the flow restrictor. And first, again, just as a reminder, this is the last resort. This is not the first thing we'll do. And Andrew Lee, again, will address those costs, which, we incorporated your comments.
Correct. So we went over with the board when back in the during the CAP workshop. We are not proposing any charges for the flow restrictor installation for families that are going to potentially receiving that device. Like Clifford mentioned earlier, our focus is mainly on outreach and working with customers who are behind on their bill. That's going to be our primary focus, and the flow restrictor will remain the last resort if we get there. But again, our goal is to be there to support families and customers to get through this difficult time and working with them on payment plans and extensions.
So again, to be clear, there is no flow restrictor charge for those types of installations, Director Katz. And then,
yeah, thank you for that clarification. I'll take your word for it for this meeting. I was a little confused to see the appearance of the charge in the rates and charges, and would appreciate a note or memo after the fact to just show me where in our policies we state that the charge doesn't apply for that situation. And regarding the second question I had and proposal I had about monthly service charges accruing while a customer is in the midst of the flow restrictor program. Are there any comments about the way that we could implement that if we so chose?
Andrew will respond to that as well.
So as far as the fixed charge, that's a great comment. We will have to look at that, but we will have to look at it as part of a cost service study. So I have been speaking with Sophia about that earlier. And this is something we have to look into in the future study. And in terms of, I think, the flow restrictor charge that is on the rates and charge that you're seeing, those are for devices that are installed in a situation when the customers are wasting water. So in those cases where a flow restrictor is installed, does come with a fee, but not for the one that are dealing with delinquencies.
All right, Andy, does that answer your question?
I might, my reaction is that, we're moving forward this transition now, and our revised cost of service study may be trailing for a few more years after this. So I would like to find faster solutions. We're at the point where we're adopting our budget. I do want to hear what other board members think about that proposal, but if we do have consensus about that vision, that we want to make the flow restrictor condition more affordable, I would like to explore faster ways than the general cost of service study update. Maybe we can look towards cap revenues. Maybe we could look towards a standalone analysis that verifies proportionate cost of service for the impaired flow. Something that would not be held up by the general cost of service study. So that's my comment, and respectfully ask the board to consider these ideas either sometime in the near future.
All right, Marguerite.
Yeah, I think Frank, I thought had his hand up, but my comment is responsive to Andy's point, which the thing that I want to propose is that I don't want us to call it or to think of it as a flow restrictor program. I mean, our goal should be that people get this flow restrictor is like the bullhorn that says, talk to us now. We've been trying to talk to you. We've been trying to get you to pay us a nickel, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about not people being on flow restrictors until they're paid up. We're talking about them paying something towards their water bill to have their water turned back on, and then to, sort of work with us to, address the situation. Unless I'm wrong, that's my understanding is that, once somebody establishes a relationship with us and starts paying something, that flow restrictor is not going to be there anymore.
You're correct.
Is that correct?
You're correct with that comment.
Thank you. So I would love for the laws to be different that would allow us to provide water at no cost to people that are, or at very low cost for people that are below our cap for folks that need it. But we can't lawfully, we're not able to do that. And until the laws of the state are changed to change Prop 218 and Prop 26, unless there's some other source of revenue to do it, we can't do that. So these rate increases are less than what we've had in the past. We're headed into a time where, sadly, I believe that probably next year we'll be implementing, unless the rains start again, we could well be in a situation where we're enacting a surcharge on water use as well. So I think we're all mindful of that because of headed into a drought. So I'm planning to support this, and I think, possibly with our proposal on shutoffs is that we set some KP on the flow restrictors, is that we set some KPIs that relate to a goal about, the maximum number of days that we want people to, something that helps us show that this isn't something that we want to perpetuate towards our, sort of zero shut-offs and having everybody, everybody having water, that being in a condition where they aren't getting their water shut off or restricted in flow.
And Director Young, I'll also comment, on those, again, this being the last resort, our goal is to keep the water on for everyone. And even with the restrictor in place, the water's on. There are those handfuls, several hundred customers who do not respond, but we're not stopping there. This is something that we're trying to understand. Why aren't these people responding to us? Because we want to see are there other outreach efforts that we can implement so they can work with us. So we're not just stopping there. We're also going to explore why these people continue to not respond to us, and to see if there are better outreach efforts as well. So I just want to make that clear as well.
All right, go ahead, Frank.
This is really a conundrum. Water isn't free. We don't get it free. Oh, it rains from the sky, sure. But we have to process it to meet certain standards. We have to pay people a wage that they are willing to work for us and help us to deliver the water to their houses. Fortunately, we don't have shareholders we're responsive to, just the public. As directors, we don't get paid a fat chunk of money. I don't know if you looked at your paycheck last, but mine net afterwards was $1,000 a month, being on a $2 billion a year business. This was GE, I assure you, it wouldn't be $1,000 a month. I think that I asked Clifford when we had our chat yesterday, if there was any questions. And I said, yeah, are you asking for enough money? Because everything I see around me says it's not getting cheaper. There's a nonprofit I'm working with that's trying to buy vans to deliver food to the elderly. And they can't buy one for any kind of money because they're not available, because there's no chips available to run the computers to run the van. There's a lot of things going on that are very problematical here. And what we're doing is just our level best to deliver the water. Andy, I don't think you're on the right track at all. It totally ignores the realities of what we are encountering as a running of a business. Am I sympathetic to the folks that have the problems? Yeah, but I've got a bunch of middle-class people out here in Castro Valley and San Leandro. No, it is not the rich area, who are saying, darn it, I'm having a difficult time making ends meet to keeping my house as it is. And oh, people tell me I can sell my house for $2 million. Great. Where will I live? In Appalachia? So I realize I'm pontificating here. I apologize, Doug. But this increase needs to go through. It needs to be done. I've given some indications of areas where I would do some clipping of costs, but certainly not in the direction that has been suggested. And I wouldn't entertain even giving a second to what was being suggested. I'd like to go forward. Doug, do we have a motion to go forward with what's before us?
One moment. We have one additional comment from the public. We want to take that now.
The public hearing is closed. I'm not sure we can really.
Right. So the public hearing is closed as far as receiving, it's the board's discretion. The public hearing is closed as far as protest, but each item, when Sophia gave her presentation.
Oh, I see. It can actually be
Yeah.
spoken to.
Yeah, so actually, so whoever it was, they put their hand down so we can move forward.
Okay, I'd like to make sure that we get board comments at this point in time on this item. Lisa?
Yes, we've been around and around with this. We've had many workshops and meetings. many presentations to our constituents. And, you know, when you read the newspaper or watch the news, our 4% is nothing compared to a lot of water agencies surrounding us. And we thought long and hard about that 4%. And actually, we were really elated because we thought we'd have to go higher, given the circumstances of COVID, et cetera. Andy, I am sensitive to the issues that you raised, but you know, I would like to see this back on a committee agenda, specifically the flow restrictors. I had a problem with them early on. And you know, let's keep tabs on it through the committee system. But for purposes of today, I'm ready to move forward with this. I've heard all of the speakers. I understand their concerns, and we don't take this lightly. But I think it's time to move forward. And I have a 4:30 at Kaiser, so I might have to step out. Hopefully I can do this vote before I have to leave.
John?
Sure. Thank you, President Lenny and fellow board members and the public. You know, I don't take easily to raising rates. I think it was Marguerite who said, oh my God, you know, I've never seen you support anything like raising rates. And I've been out making a lot of presentations over the last month and a half, probably 2 to 3 a week, to community and civic groups where there's dialogue going back and forth. This morning was almost 1 hour long between my presentation and Q&A and hearing what people had to say. We need to realize that our system in many places, in some places, is upwards of 150 years old. In many other places, it's 100 years old. In many cases, we've outlived the useful life of our system. As we enter into the drought, or are in the drought, we're going to see more lines breaking as the ground contracts from the lack of water and the moisture in the ground. Then we're going to get people saying, well, why are you not fixing a broken pipe? Because you're telling us to cut back our water usage, which the public does a phenomenal job on. But the fact of the matter is we have an old system, and as Clifford talked about, it's a 24/7 operation. We do not operate from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and go home. We have people on call who are out there to fix the pipes and do the work that's necessary to make sure we deliver the highest quality water to the members, to our ratepayers. 42% of the budget that we're looking at is for capital appropriations. Those appropriations are specifically to upgrade our system to make sure that we minimize leaks, breaks, and things of that nature. It's to make sure we're in regulatory compliance, often by the feds or state that say you have to do this. And when they do, they don't give us an extra dollar or penny to do it. We have to find the funds to do it. And one thing that a lot of people don't realize, that about we could sell 100 million gallons of water a day. We could sell 400 million gallons of water a day. And 93% of those costs are fixed. The variable, that 7%, is energy, chemicals, primarily energy and chemicals to move the water and treat the water, regardless of how much we sell. And if we are not taking that into account, and it looks like inflation this year is going to run at least 3% that they're forecasting now, we're going to be behind the 8 ball. I do not want to be part of an agency, which we did one time, and I actually voted no when a board majority, I think Frank was the only one on the board at the time with me, that they voted not to raise rates during an election time because they thought it would look good. Well, the next year it was a double digit rate increase. And again, we've had other agencies in our area and around us that do that. And then it's a 10 to 15% rate increase. That's the wrong thing to do. We have the highest rating from any bond agency. So we need to go out and borrow money we get the best rate available to do it. And again, 22% of our rate increase is for debt service. Well, not everybody may realize we're doing more pay as you go and doing less reaching out to go out and get additional debt. So that number, the debt service, is going to continue to decrease over a period of time. So I'd have a lot more happy customers if I were to say, no, this is not the right thing to do. But we're living in a difficult time. The cost of everything's going up, fuel, chemicals, and a lot of the chemicals are petro related. And we need this in order to maintain the highest level of service to our customers and make sure that we can do what we want to do. And I know it was mentioned during the power shutoff last year by Sophia. In the previous year, if I'm not mistaken, we already approved about $50 million this year in our budget to go out and rent the portable pumping stations, the generators, to make sure, like we did last year, that when the power went off, we were able to deliver water. And that was a health and safety issue. And that is something that we as a board have to make collective decisions on what is the right thing to do and the wrong thing to do. And we made the right decision. And we made the right decision 2 years ago and last year, and we made the right decision this year. And it costs money, because if we have a power shut off again, which we probably will, and we can't move water up to our reservoirs, and then it feeds down gravity flow to your home, or God forbid a fire breaks out and they can't fight the fire, then we're in deep trouble and we didn't do our job. And again, it'd be easy for me to say no in this case, but we need to do it. And I'll be supporting item 11.1 and 11.2.
And Director Coleman, I'll just one quick comment on the generators. You said $50 million. It's several orders of magnitude less, but still quite a bit of money. So.
Andy, do you have additional comments? Yeah. And by the way, it's really helpful for me, all board members, when you use the raise your hand function, which most everybody is.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to provide a response to the dialogue. So yeah, thank you to the staff for incorporating our direction on the flow restrictor charge. And I do agree with Director Young's view of how this should work regarding the flow restrictor condition, that it should be a temporary one. It should not feel like a program. It should be the way we handle delinquent charges. And then if that view were really in fruition, then that would preclude the necessity of my recommendation. My concern is from the experience of taking the calls of the customers who are in arrears, get their water shut off, and going forward would have a restrictor charge. But only the difference I can imagine from those past calls is those arrears can continue for months and months, even up to a year. And I don't want to repeat those same mistakes. But I think that we can talk about this in the Finance Committee about measuring success and stages of intervention to make sure this really works for our most vulnerable customers.
All right. My comments are basically, I think that we've done a great job in balancing our mission objectives of having reasonable rates, obviously reasonable rate increases, with a reliable infrastructure that we need to deliver water. And we've heard, I won't repeat what other members have emphasized in terms of our expenses that we need to meet, investments we need to make, and the fact that we've kept our increases lower than we projected. I think we really worked the budget over, and I commend staff for doing that. I also do want to mention our last speaker, Priyana, said didn't think that we were giving enough credit to SWAPOW and others who have pushed us hard to come up with programs that address those who are less fortunate in our community, and yet still can do our best and our duty for meeting what I think is really important, the right to water, the right to clean water, the right to reliable water, the right to affordable water. And I do commend SWAPOW. I've learned a lot in the times that they've come to our board meetings, the telephone conversations I've had with them, the personal meetings at their office that I've had. And I give them a lot of credit for, I think, increasing all of our awareness and sensitivity to issues that need to be addressed. We're not there yet, but I think we've made significant progress, and I do appreciate the work and the effort that they've made. They're, a pretty much all volunteer organization, and that I think is a pretty amazing thing what they're able to do as well that way. So I also support that. I'm ready to support the item there. I do think we have a motion and a second. Again, I'm reminded here, and just Risha, what you had put together to help guide me, that there is an opportunity for any other public comments on this particular item apart from the public hearing we had. And if there's any speakers at this time, otherwise we'll move on to call the question.
Great, correct. There are no other members of the public with comment. If we have a motion and a second, are we going to vote on each individual item? So will we start with 11.1?
That's correct.
Okay. And so who made the motion?
I think I did.
I think Frank did, and I think Lisa seconded, as I recall.
I believe that's correct, but let's ask
Yes.
Lisa.
Okay. Roll call vote for 11.1.
That's correct.
Director Coleman,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director McIntosh,
Yes.
Director Mellon,
Yes.
Director Patterson,
Yes.
Director Young,
Yes.
President Lenny.
Yes. All right, so then I believe we need a motion for agenda item 11.2. This is to drop the rates and charges not subject to Proposition 218.
I would likewise move adoption.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Director Mellon, seconded by Director Patterson, as well as others. And we're ready for a roll call vote on that as well.
Director Coleman,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director McIntosh,
Yes.
Director Mellon,
Yes.
Director Patterson,
Yes.
Director Young,
Yes.
President Lenny.
Yes. All right, our next vote is now on agenda item 12. This is to adopt the fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 23 operating and capital budget.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Director McIntosh.
I'll second.
And seconded by Director Young. Let's have a roll call vote on that as well.
Director Coleman,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director McIntosh,
Yes.
Director Mellon,
Yes.
Director Patterson,
Yes.
Director Young,
Yes.
President Lenny.
Yes. All right, we're now on to item 13, to adopt the position resolution for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23.
So moved.
You mean on item 12, don't you, Doug?
Um,
No, 13.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, got it.
yes, we're on to 13 now.
13.
All right, that was moved by Director Patterson. Is there a second?
So
I'll
moved.
second. This is John.
All right, seconded by Director Coleman. Let's have a roll call vote on that.
Director Coleman,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director McIntosh,
Yes.
Director Mellon,
Yes.
Director Patterson,
Yes.
Director Young,
Yes.
President Lenny.
Yes. All right, that takes care of our items related to the budget. and the rates. We are now on to item 14, legislative update.
And we have Debbie Michael, who is filling in for Marlene, who's on vacation.
We're still allowing vacations, huh?
Oh, good afternoon, President Linney and Board of Directors. Getting some feedback there. I'm Debbie Michael from the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs and filling in for Marlene Dumaine today. So we have a written ledge report with 3 bills, and then we have a board resolution for you as well. President Linney, if you're okay, starting with the ledge report first, I can continue.
Let's go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. We have 3 items for position. 2 are similar to efforts the board supported last year. So the first is a new bill. This is AB 418 by Assemblymember Valadares. We are recommending a support position on this bill, which would establish in state law a program called the Community Power Resiliency Program, which would be administered by Cal OES. So the bill would essentially formalize the funding approach that's been taken in the last 2 state budgets, which did provide funding for local governments to use for upgrades to infrastructure or other critical facilities to build resiliency to PSPS events and other power outages. So just a side note, from the fiscal year 2021 state budget, EBMUD did receive a grant for its wastewater operations for a resiliency project. So specific to the bill, counties, cities, special districts, and tribes would be eligible entities. The bill's provisions specify that for funds for special districts, that would be a competitive grant process, and the funds would be used to improve the energy resiliency of a critical facility or infrastructure operated by that special district. So one note, the bill does say that provisions of the bill would be effective upon appropriation by the legislature. So if there is future funding directed to Cal OES for this specific purpose, the structure of the program would already be in state law. So we're recommending a support position on the bill because it acknowledges the impacts of PSPS events on special districts and because it could provide future funding. Questions?
If I can, Debbie did a great presentation this morning in the Ledge HR, and actually all the bills she has before us today, we supported in unanimity.
Okay. Should we go through these before we take a vote, or?
Doug, if I can recommend,
Go ahead.
we've had a long day so far. Could we just I will make a motion on the 3 bills that came out of the Ledge HR committee today to support them. And then if we have a second, then we still have a lot of meeting after this.
I would second that, John.
All right. So
I would ask that for the benefit of the public that may be listening and didn't have the opportunity to review or sit in on the Ledge HR committee or read the packet, that you just briefly say what those bills, the other 2 bills are.
Sure. Absolutely, I can do that, Director Young.
Just to be clear, we have a motion by Director Coleman, seconded by Director McIntosh, was it?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
That for taking the positions or supporting the legislative report for this. And then go ahead, Debbie.
Sure. So the two other bills, SB 63 by Senator Stern, this should look familiar. It's very similar to a bill that the board supported last year by the same author, SB 1348. This is a fire prevention omnibus bill, really makes changes to enhance the fire prevention efforts in the state of California. So that's the next bill. And then the third item we have is HR 3404. This is by Representative Huffman. Again, another reintroduction of a bill from last year that Representative Huffman authored. This one is entitled the Future Western Water Act. I don't need to go into the parameters except for one area that I feel like is worthy of highlight for us really is that after Huffman did his bill last year, that we requested clarification specific to protection of the McCollum River fishery to make sure that our fishery would qualify as a critically important fishery in provisions that would provide funding for drought planning and preparedness. Representative Huffman did make that clarification in the bill last year. That became part of the House's infrastructure bill. This bill maintains that clarification for us, so we feel like a support is warranted here.
Thank you, Debbie.
Right.
Sure.
So we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and call roll on this.
Director Coleman,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director McIntosh,
Yes.
Director Mellon,
Yes.
Director Patterson,
Yes.
Director Young,
Yes.
President Lenny.
Yes. All right. And Debbie, you're going to address or do present for the next item as well.
Sure, and I can move to item number 15 on the Green New Deal resolutions and then do a very brief state and federal ledge update after that, if that works. Okay.
Sure.
So item number 15, we're recommending that the board adopt a resolution to support the intent of the federal Green New Deal's goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, build resiliency against climate change related disasters, and increase the use of clean, renewable, and zero emission energy sources. We're looking at the Green New Deal resolutions with really for an eye to a nexus to district operations. So reminder that this should look familiar. In 2019, the board adopted a very similar resolution to support the intent in the same areas. What's changed slightly since then are our own policies. So updates to the Sustainability and Resilience Policy 7.05, the Climate Action Policy 7.15, and the Energy Policy 7.07. So the board resolution that's in front of you today has been updated with those policies, as well as to note consistency with the federal initiatives that you adopted in January specific to climate change. So, and also consistency with EBMUD's mission. So these Green New Deal resolutions, we think will help inform what will end up in the final infrastructure package. And we do have members of our delegation, Representatives DeSaulnier, Swalwell, Lee, and Senator Padilla that are co-sponsors of these measures.
Great. John, do these come to your committee as well?
They did, and we supported it.
Okay. Director Patterson, I think I heard you make a motion to support.
Yes.
All right.
Second.
Seconded by Director Young. Any discussion, further discussion on it? All right, let's go ahead and have a roll call vote.
Director Coleman,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director McIntosh,
Yes.
Director Mellon,
Yes.
Director Patterson,
Yes.
Director Young,
Yes.
President Lenny.
Yes. All right, Debbie, you have a federal report?
Sure, I can talk a little
Before
bit
Debbie
about.
starts, Doug, I have to step out now.
Okay.
All right, I let you know earlier. Thank you.
Yes, you're excused.
Okay, I'll start with the state side and I'll try to make it quick. I know we have a long agenda here. So as you're familiar, the June 15th deadline for the passage of the main budget bill in the state is rapidly approaching. We're tracking one main issue that I believe Marlene discussed at the last board meeting on COVID arrearages. So I just wanted to talk about that real briefly. We're very focused on this particular piece. So there has been some alignment on the need for funding between the Senate, Assembly, and the Newsom administration. What remains are differences in the approach on how really to provide pandemic relief on water and wastewater bills. So the differences of opinion are really focused on what agency should administer the program, how the allocation mechanism would work, and then if there is prioritization for that funding for certain water systems or low-income ratepayers, that sort of thing. We'll note that this discussion is now at the big three, so we'll see what happens. There hasn't been any conference committee this year in the budget, so that's a little different than normal. What we're trying to pay attention to is whether this arrearage funding piece is going to be in trailer bill format before the June 15th deadline. But I do think that we're gearing up to see a lot of trailer bills this summer beyond that June 15th deadline. So we continue to be very involved in this issue with our associations as part of a broader coalition, and then as well with our members of our delegation. So on the federal level, one thing to note is that last week the Biden administration did officially launch what we're calling LIWAP, the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program. That announcement came at a time when there was funding that would be distributed to the states to the tune of about 15% of the total pot. This is emergency funding. So we do expect that program implementation will be starting at the state level this summer. We don't have final details on that yet, but the pot of funding is from the two bills that we've been tracking, HR 133 from last December, and then HR 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act from just a few months ago, from March 2021. So I can stop there. I'm happy to answer any questions or let you move along.
Any questions? All right, thank you, Debbie.
Yeah, thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, Debbie. Next, we have a discussion about a resolution related to the Tassajara Parks project, and we have a presentation that Dave Renstrom will provide before discussion on this resolution.
Good afternoon, President Liddy, members of the board. I'm here to present on the Tassajara Parks project. Next slide. So here's a map showing the district's ultimate service boundary and service area. The Tassajara Parks project is located east of Danville and Blackhawk, outside the district's ultimate service boundary. Next slide. Here's a map showing the project sites located off of Camino Tassajara, outlined in yellow. EBMUD's ultimate service boundary is shown in blue, with Contra Costa's urban limit line in purple. The project is located outside the district's ultimate service boundary and outside the county's urban limit line. The project consists of two sites, the southern and northern sites, covering approximately 771 acres. The southern site includes approximately 616 acres, which is proposed to be dedicated open space and deeded to the East Bay Regional Park District. The northern site includes approximately 155 acres, which includes the proposed development on approximately 30 acres, with the remainder proposed to be dedicated open space and deeded to the East Bay Regional Park District. Next slide. Here's a larger map of the northern area. The proposed 30-acre development is outlined in red and includes 125 single-family homes, common area landscape, and a park restroom. Next slide. Contra Costa County prepared an environmental impact report for the project. The EIR identifies the district as the water service provider for the project. For the district to provide the project with water service, the project would need to be annexed into the district service area. The final EIR assumed the project's water supply would be based on a proposed off-site water conservation offset, under which the developer would fund water conservation projects throughout the district to offset the project's water demand. The EIR did not analyze the feasibility of the proposed offset. Contra Costa County is preparing to consider approving the project and has a planning commission hearing scheduled for the project tomorrow. Next slide. There have been different versions of the project reviewed by staff for over a decade since 2010. In each instance, the district voiced opposition to annexation of the project. Throughout the county's consideration of the project, the district has consistently voiced opposition to providing the project with water service. The district's stance was based on the board-adopted annexation policies, which I will discuss in more detail in a few minutes. These annexation policies and their application to the project were repeatedly explained in detail in the district's draft EIR, recirculated draft EIR, and final EIR comment letters on the project. These annexation policies were also described for the county in written comments in earlier versions of the project. At a high level, the annexation policies call for the district to oppose the annexation and extension of water service of proposed developments located outside the district's ultimate service boundary, which defines the geographic area within which the district has planned to provide water service. The annexation policies are anchored in the core principle that the district has only planned to provide water service to existing and customers within the ultimate service boundary. Due to the project's location outside the ultimate service boundary, the district has not planned to provide water service to the project. Next slide. The district's comments on the draft EIR and recirculated draft EIR explain that the project is inconsistent with the district's board adopted annexation policies. The county failed to address the issue in the final EIR, and in the final EIR, the project incorrectly states that the project is consistent with the district's annexation policies. The three relevant policies are policy 3.01, 3.05, and 3.08. District policy 3.01 states it is the policy of the district to oppose annexation to oppose annexations outside the current ultimate service boundary unless several enumerated conditions are met. The project is inconsistent with policy 3.01 because it is located outside the ultimate service boundary and fails to meet several of the enumerated conditions for proposed annexation outside the ultimate service boundary. In particular, project is located entirely outside the ultimate service boundary, would result in the addition of more than 100 residential units outside the ultimate service boundary, and is not consistent with policy 3.05, which I will discuss in more detail in a minute. District policy 3.08 states it is a policy of the district to oppose annexations of proposed residential developments located outside the county's urban limit line of 200 units or less, and that are inconsistent with policy 3.01. Because the project is less than 200 units in size, is located outside the county's urban limit line, and is inconsistent with policy 3.01, it does not comply with policy 3.08. District's policy 3.05 states it's the policy of the district not to extend water service to areas outside the current ultimate service boundary if such extension would result in a reduction in the quantity or quality of water available to serve present and future customers within the ultimate service boundary, or an increase in the cost of service. As I will explain in more detail, the district's water supplies are not sufficient to meet customer demands at times of drought, and the district's draft Urban Water Management Plan 2020 identifies both a substantial increase in ultimate service boundary-wide demand over the next 30 years and several thousand acre feet in unmet need for water in times of drought in the future. These deficiencies, in combination with several other constraints and uncertainties on the district's water supplies, have increased the challenge of meeting the water demands of existing and future customers within the ultimate service boundary. Water conservation is a key component of the district's water supplies, available to mitigate the impacts of water supply deficiencies on customers within the ultimate service boundary. The project is inconsistent with policy 3.05 because it would dedicate water created through conservation to meeting the project's demand, thereby reducing the quantity of water available to meet the demands of existing and future customers within the ultimate service boundary. Next slide. This year's hydrologic conditions have highlighted the importance of protecting the district's water supplies for current and future customers within the ultimate service boundary. Current hydrologic conditions throughout much of California rival those experienced during the historic 1976 and 1977 drought. To date, 2021 is the driest year on record in the East Bay and the second driest on record in the Mokelumne River watershed, where most of the district's water supplies originate. Based on the projected impact of these prevailing dry conditions on the district's water supply, on March 27th, 2021, the board declared the district's water supply is deficient for meeting customer demands, declared a stage 1 drought, established a district-wide 10% rationing goal, declared the need to purchase supplemental supplies, and directed staff to take actions to promote customer water conservation. Since April 27th, the district's water supply projections for this year have continued to decline, and the district's anticipated end of September storage levels now 65 to 75,000 acre feet lower than previously projected. While the district's drought-related water supply deficiencies are significant and challenging on their own, many other sources of uncertainty threaten to reduce the amount of water available to district customers now and in the future. Next slide. Climate change is a source of uncertainty. The district's Urban Water Management Plan 2015 estimated that climate change could result in several thousand acre-feet increase in the district's unmet need for water by the year 2040. In addition, climate change may result in more frequent and severe droughts in the future. Next slide. The Bay Delta Water Quality Control is yet another source of uncertainty. The State Water Resources Control Board is currently working to update the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Thus far, the state's board's efforts has focused on improving Bay Delta water quality by significantly increasing in-stream flow requirements on tributary rivers to the Bay Delta, like the Mokelumne River. The Bay Delta Plan update is likely to increase the district's Mokelumne River in-stream flow obligations by tens of thousands of acre-feet per year, adding a significant new constraint on the district's water supply that could impair its ability to meet customer demands in the future. Next slide. Drought-related state mandates is another source of uncertainty. During the last drought, the state of California directly involved itself in local water management, both by issuing curtailment orders requiring water rights holders like the district to divert less water, and by enacting emergency regulations dictating reductions in customer demands. On the Mokelumne River, the district was required to bypass approximately 76,000 acre-feet of water that would have otherwise been available to serve its customers. The state could take similar actions this year and in future years, requiring the district to achieve short-term reductions in water consumption and reducing the availability of water, of Mokelumne River water for district customers. Next slide. Central Valley Project, or CVP, cutbacks is yet another source of uncertainty. The district CVP contract provides a key source of supply to meet customer demands during droughts, but the amount of water available to the district under that contract can be severely reduced by the United States Bureau of Reclamation. For example, during the 2014 and 2015 drought, CVP allocations were cut to only 25% for municipal and industrial contractors like the district, significantly reducing the amount of CVP water available to the district. On May 26, 2021, the Bureau of Reclamation indicated that the district CVP allocation would again be cut back to 25%. In 2015, the district was able to mitigate the impact of CVP cutbacks by purchasing supplemental supplies on the spot water transfers market. Securing supplemental supplies on the spot transfers market was both challenging and expensive, with spot transfer prices 7 to 10 times higher than CVP water prices. This year, given how late in the year CVP cutbacks were announced, it is very unlikely that the district will be able to purchase water on the spot transfers market, as most available water has already been purchased by other parties. In future droughts, uncertainty with the size and timing of CVP allocation reductions could potentially leave the district without adequate supplies to meet even the existing customer demands. Next slide. So in summary, the project is inconsistent with the district's annexation policies. The district has not planned to serve the project and does not have adequate supplies to serve the project. Drought-related water supply deficiencies and other uncertainties and constraints on the district's water supply threaten to reduce the amount of water available to district customers now and in the future. The district needs all available sources of supply to mitigate water supply deficiencies it experiences during droughts and to address the potential impacts of other uncertainties and constraints on its water supply. Next slide. And it is not feasible for the district to commit any of its supplies, including new water created through conservation, to serve the project. Doing so would take a source of water supply away from existing and future customers within the ultimate service boundary, thereby exacerbating deficiencies in the district's water supplies during droughts. Next slide. For the reasons just discussed, the recommended action is for the board to adopt a resolution expressing the district's opposition to annexing the Tassajara Parks project into the district service area, finding the project inconsistent with the district annexation policies, and making other findings and declarations regarding the unavailability of water to serve the project. Next slide. If the board adopts the proposed resolution, staff's next steps will include transmitting the adopted resolution to the county and providing oral comments at tomorrow's county planning commission meeting, expressing continued opposition to annexing the project into the district service area. Next slide. With that, I'll open up to any questions.
Any board member questions? John, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And David, thank you for the presentation. It was enlightening. I have before me what we received, I guess, yesterday, the letter from Miller Star Regalia, the letter from the attorney representing the project, which raised additional questions for me. And then I heard from a member of the public, and I don't know if I told him that you should speak to this if you want to. I guess one question I have is, this is a major project that has implications, and I don't know, since the entire board is not here, we should even talk about it or just make a decision. And I don't know, quite frankly, if Lisa would agree with me on that or not, but a lot of questions have been raised by the letter, in my mind, that we all received on June 7th. So I don't know, President Linney, if that is appropriate or not. I'll leave that up to your discretion or the board's discretion, since this is a major policy issue. Generally speaking, when we have major policy issues, we have the entire board here to discuss those issues. I didn't know Director McIntosh had to leave. I mean, I understand she had an appointment and she had to go. So I don't know if that's appropriate or not. And so that's the first thing I'm throwing out there, because I have some questions that I would like to ask regarding the letter that I received and from the phone call that I received. And that, again, I don't know if that person, I told them, person, you need to speak at public comment to express your opinion. So that's the first question I have.
All right. Well, so Lisa didn't say anything to me and did not make a request that we hold it over because she couldn't make it. I'd like to move forward with a discussion and see where we end up.
And my question, which was really jumped out at me, was on the 4th page of the letter, I guess, where we would be donated the 595 acre feet of CBP water. And so it's a water right issue, and maybe it's not a David issue or a Cliff issue, but maybe it's a Craig Spencer issue to answer. If we were to receive, 595 acre feet of water from the CVP in addition to our current allotment, and this year I know everything's cut back. All CVP users are cut back. There's no question on that. Would we have the right then to take that water in non-drought years as a CVP customer? And since we're looking at going into the expansion of Los Vaqueros, we're in those discussions now and forming the Joint Powers Authority. Would that water be able to be picked up at the point of source where CCWD picks up their CVP water and bring that 595 acre feet of water in normal years into Los Vaqueros? And basically we're banking that water. And let's say you got 3-4 years, I mean, without a drought, and then you got several thousand acre feet of water made available. And again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not and I don't know in terms of water rights. I don't know if this was a pre-1914 agreement, that water that we're getting, or not through the CVP. So that's my first question, is that, could that water, if this project were to go forward in a non-drought years when we wouldn't even need it, be able to be taken and stored and then used later?
So Director Coleman, this is Craig Spencer. I can give you some response. It cannot be a full response. We just received this letter yesterday. This is the first time I know of where this proposal has been made. And as you saw from Mr. Renstrom's presentation, this project's been in process for many years. And the developer has, over the past several years, offered up different water sources to serve the the project, and those sources have not materialized. And so here it is the day before this resolution, and we hear about 500 acre-feet under a CVP contract. Well, I don't even know if a CVP contract. I don't know what the nature of the water right is. I don't know if there's a non-assignability provision in that contract. I don't know if we could take that water. I can't say that I have any great confidence that that is a reliable water source, water supply, or a source for water supply. We just need to see the details, but I've not seen a situation, I don't believe, where a CVP contract has been reassigned to. Maybe if it was for ag and now it's being reassigned for municipal and industrial use. I would have major questions about the reliability of that.
Okay. So that thank you, but I mean, that raises the question. I wish we had gotten this much sooner than the day before, because it did raise for me some questions, and also the process issue of going forward, because I know we've been in discussions for close to a year, if not longer, with the developer on offset mitigation. And we seem to be jumping a little bit ahead of maybe where the process normally would be for us in this. Because if they were to come to us to ask for a formal annexation, we have every right then to say no for the following reasons, A, B, C, D, or whatever the case may be. But we have seemed to jump a little bit ahead of the process, and which leads to some concerns from a litigation standpoint. I'll leave it at that, because I can't go into details on what our liabilities may be. And again, the water right issue, again, the 595 acre feet of water, this year wouldn't make a bit of difference. But if that water can be banked and used, and maybe in Los Vaqueros, the expansion, part of the expansion is for environmental uses. And if we're contributing water into Los Vaqueros where it's being used for an environmental purpose mitigation, then I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions. And again, I wish I'd seen this a lot sooner than yesterday, because then the questions could be answered more thoroughly. Again, that's where I'm coming from at this point. So I'll let other people ask questions. And I have no idea if we have members of the public who actually want to speak on this item or not.
And maybe Director Coleman, we'll also have Mike Tognolini address a few of the questions you brought up related to the CVP.
Thank you.
I don't know specifically if this is the same proposal that the developer made several years ago, but if it is something that they had thrown out several years ago, that CVP contract was an agricultural irrigation contract, not meant for M&I service, so it's paid at a different rate. Its usage is different, and the conversion of an agricultural contract to a municipal and industrial contract is not a simple task. And so there would be a financial element to it. There would be a water rights element to it as well. And of course, there's a reliability element. An agricultural contract in any drought year is the first to be cut back. And in a year like this, there is zero. As far as whether it could be stored in Los Vaqueros, you have to get a special permit to store CVP water over from one year to the next. I don't know whether it's even possible to do that for an ag diversion versus an M&I diversion. Those are two different categories of water rights. And so the application of an agricultural CVP contract for a municipal use is not a simple conversion, if it's possible at all.
Yeah, I understand there's a lot of legal implications here. And again, I wish that we had seen that as a proposal sooner. And I don't know if it could or could not be done as part of CEQA. But as we're looking at going into the JPA with CCWD and other agencies at Los Vaqueros, that's where I'm beginning to wonder if that water could somehow be used, and then whether it be for ag, for into Los Vaqueros, or environmental, And then we get some portion thereof or equal amount that would be allowed to be used for from into Los Vaqueros for our own water usage when needed.
So the question of East Bay MUD's participation in Los Vaqueros, and assuming that the board does decide to proceed with participation in the enlarged Los Vaqueros project, we have developed a suite of possible sources of water to store in Los Vaqueros. So in order to expand our storage to incorporate an additional program, we would have to try to negotiate for additional storage beyond what we've already been negotiating for, let alone whether this contract can in fact be stored, which I'm not sure is clear, and we'd have to do a legal evaluation.
So let me ask this question hypothetically, Mike. If it cannot be, if we were going to put water from, let's say, McCullum into Los Vaqueros, and instead we're putting the CVP water in, would that mean that we'd have more McCullum water to do our conjunctive use and program in San Joaquin County, or in our own county, or more usage in our county? If we were to, rather than putting 595 acre feet of McCullum water in there, it was used elsewhere within our long-term ability to increase our supply.
I think we'd have to look at that. I'm not sure if it's a one-to-one trade-off or not. It's something we'd have to evaluate.
Thank you. Thank you for your help on that.
All right, Frank?
So last Friday night, I get a text message from Tom Kosh, out of the clear blue, wanting to chat with me about Tassajara and talking about the nastygrams that East Bay MUD has been sending over to the group that he's representing, and then how it's gross misrepresentations. And if we'd only pay attention, that by golly, they got a bundle of water they're ready to turn over to us should we approve the project. Now, I call that being offered a pig in a poke under any other circumstance. But what really gets me, John, is that this thing is, totally out of the blue. Where the hell was it when our team was working on discussions? And what they're calling it, and this is, I'm just reading off of the text messages, they're calling it the same thing we did with Alamo Creek. So I told Tom, you know what, you're asking me to talk about things that we've had our own confidential discussions and closed sessions, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to break the confidentiality of the closed session. So I suspect that's why you got the letter at the last minute. But to me, this is a desperate grab without any proof of having anything. And so, Doug, where my head is at, is I'm prepared to accept the recommendation for the resolution and put a cork in this thing. And after that, we'll see what the chips fall. But I'm just not a real big fan of these 11th hour shenanigans without anything that is substantive other than verbal representations or even just representations put on paper, but there's nothing real. So
all right.
I don't know if we need a motion or not, but I'm certainly about ready to put a motion on.
Well, if we want to pass the resolution, we'll need a motion.
Excuse me,
yes,
President Lenny, we have one member of the public.
Okay, I was going to ask about that next.
Yes.
So well, let me just say a few things though before I ask that. This is something I've been thinking about for some time. I think the presentation was great. I think the backup information in our packet is great. Lays out a pretty compelling, entirely compelling reason why we just need to make clear to the project, which seems like until we even put this on our agenda, they weren't getting the message that this is inconsistent with our policies. We're not interested in being part of it. And so I'm strongly in support of this resolution. Doesn't say that we can't change our mind somewhere down the line with a different project or different circumstances or whatever, but everything that we know about it right now, it's a program that is inconsistent with both our policies and the circumstances, certainly the circumstances that we find ourselves in with the drought this year as we're heading into. This is not the type of thing that we want to do. And as our first speaker of the day expressed, I'm sure for many other of our constituents and customers, they're worried about what kind of water we're going to have to supply our existing customers with water. And I would just add that it's bothersome to me as it kind of went through the presentation, as Dave was going through the presentation, to reflect again on what's happening with the CVP water, the water that we've had contracts for how many years, 40 years or so now, as we go to try and exercise them after we spent millions of dollars to build the Freeport project, we're not even going to be able to get that water in any kind of reliable way going forward. And so it just seems like it runs counter to everything that we're seeing right now to try and make accommodations for a new project. But anyway, that's why I think this is a good idea. But let's go ahead and hear from public comment.
Okay. Brian Winter, you should be able to unmute your mic, and your 3 minutes will start now.
Yes, I assume you can hear me, President Linney and members of the board. My name is Brian Winter. I'm a land use attorney at Miller Star Regalia on behalf of the Tassajara Parks Project. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. You've all noted the existence of the letter that we filed yesterday. There's a reason for its timing. We were not aware of the scheduling of this meeting until late last week. So we did our level best to communicate with you effectively and clearly in a short amount of time. And there was not an earlier opportunity to put in the letter or to anticipate that we would need to do so. As I think the letter is clear, we have serious concern about the fact that this item is premature. I would venture to guess that it's perhaps the first time in East Bay MUD's history that it's taking preemptive action against a development project before the land use agency has even considered it at a single public hearing, much less before the project has had an opportunity to file an application with LAFCO to consider adjusting East Bay MUD's USB. So we believe this is premature, inappropriate and illegal for the reasons that our letter outlines. I would also note that this has been presented to you in a vacuum. You have a project that has myriad public benefits to multiple public agencies. One of those benefits actually extends equally to East Bay MUD. As I'm sure the district knows, the Tassajara Valley has been subject to development pressure for decades. Thousands of homes have been proposed at different points in the Tassajara Valley. The green wall that this project would provide, which is basically, instead of having private land surrounding the urban limit line, which is where you get development pressures, because then that land can be developed, the land would be surrounded by a green wall of land that's dedicated to East Bay Regional Park District. A supporter of this project, as we've noted in our letter, sees the wisdom of this project, and that would permanently shut off development in the Tassajara Valley. That would permanently lock in East Bay MUD's USB. It would be predictable into perpetuity. This is unripe. This is an inappropriate time to consider this, and the time to consider measuring the project against East Bay MUD's policies is not today. So I appreciate the opportunity to comment. We don't have a presentation, and thank you for your time.
Before he gets off.
Yeah, John, go ahead, and I have a question too for Mr. Winter. Thank you for coming today, Mr. Winter.
I had to look up the name. Mr. Winter, when were, I guess I'm surprised, when were you guys, whomever, informed when we were going to be taking this item to our board? You implied that it was very recent.
Director Coleman, I believe I learned about it perhaps last Wednesday or Thursday. I did not learn about it but before then.
When did your clients learn about it?
I'm speaking on behalf of my clients.
You are. So where were your clients when there were the discussions going on between the county and East Bay MUD personnel? In a closet somewhere?
Your policies haven't changed, Director Mellon, and we
No,
met
that
with
wasn't my question. My question is, where were your clients when the discussions were going on between the county, your clients, and East Bay MUD?
We met for 9 months with your staff with policies that haven't changed. We believe moving in a positive direction. We received feedback on the project conditions of approval with your staff. And nevertheless, despite unchanged policies, it's clear that there's a decision to try to preempt the county as the land use agency, which hasn't had a public hearing ever on this project, from taking action that it has a right to take. But we've made that clear.
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
A question of staff. When was the applicant informed that we would be having this before us? How were they informed? I guess if it was last, whatever, I think you said Wednesday or whatever, it seems, I appreciate you reaching out versus not telling anybody and all of a sudden it's on our agenda, but it's pretty dang close if it was last Wednesday, and I don't know if it was or not, when they found out when the agenda was being developed and ready to be posted on Thursday.
So Director Coleman, this is Craig Spencer. General Manager Chan wrote a letter May 27th, 2021 to the County Administrator. It was a 3.5-page letter expressing the district's opposition to the project. The information that I have is that we told the attorneys for the developer last Tuesday, a week ago, that we were moving forward with the resolution. So that's the information I have. We have stated repeatedly over the years that we have a policy, the policies that have been already approved by this board, to oppose annexation outside of our USB.
No, I'm aware of that, and I've supported those policies. I guess I'm a little perplexed, that's all. It seems the process isn't what we normally follow. I understand there's political pressure, we're in a drought, I understand all that. I really wish that we had been informed that there was potentially 595 acre feet of water made available to us, because there's a lot of legal questions I have that I raised in the beginning. How can we use it if we were to approve the project? How can we use it? Where can we use it? And then the other thing is, would it become a net increase in water supply to our residents if we were able to use the water in certain ways and store it in certain ways versus not? And I wish we'd had that much sooner so I could be more informed.
And if I might, Director Coleman, I am not that close to the final EIR that's been put on the street by the county and by the developer. But I would think that if they actually had an alternative water supply, that would have been considered a part of the FEIR. Maybe Dave Renstrom knows more whether this is in fact an option that has been raised as a potential water source. But certainly, if it's not in the EIR, I'm not sure how the county could rely on that.
And it has not been raised in the EIR. The letter that we received yesterday, I received a copy of it also, was the first time we ever saw something like that.
And is that allowed through CEQA to do that? I don't know enough about CEQA, but the rules in CEQA and what you can put in CEQA documentation in terms of, in this case, a new water supply rate, an added water supply. Is that allowed under CEQA to be part of the record of decision?
I think.
No, there's lots of advance notice that the CEQA document has to put forth in order to allow the public, including an entity like East Bay MUD, to comment.
You know, this is a really cynical process on the part of the developer, in my opinion. They line up East Bay Regional Parks, they line up all these other folks, then they talk about all this greenland they're gonna put around us. And then, as if they just have been totally deaf, dumb, and blind, they come along and say, oh, but you didn't hear about the water we were going to give you. If I didn't know better, I'd say we're being flim-flammed. So, as far as I'm concerned, if I had any doubts about saying no to them, this puts me right on that button hard, because I feel like it's bait and switch, and I'm not liking it in the slightest. We have a boundary. We fought hard to keep the boundary. We were told with Alamo Creek, don't worry, nobody else is going to come knocking on your door again. And by God, here they are again. Thank you, no.
All right, Mr. Winter, I wanted to ask, just, I guess, in a slightly different way than Frank did previously. Well, first of all, our resolution basically restates our policies. It doesn't specifically say we're against the project. It says it is not consistent with our policies. We've never had any intent to serve areas outside of our boundaries. Annexation, which would have to happen in order for us to serve the project, is not consistent with our policies. And I think the purpose of passing this resolution is to make that clear, because it certainly has felt to us that we're kind of last in line to be consulted. One of the most crucial elements to getting this project forward is having water to supply it. And I'm hoping that you guys have other options, because it's not our intent to kill the project. It's just our intent at this point in time not to annex the area. But I'm curious how the project was planning to supply the water or ensure that there was water for the project before this point in time in which we got this letter. And it seemed like there were some other ideas, because it hasn't felt like we've been included in the process, but kind of an afterthought to it all.
Well, we've met with your staff many, many times over a lengthy period of years. And we had further extensive meetings when this project was scheduled for a planning commission meeting in September of last year. We immediately requested that the county continue the item so we could meet with county staff, which we did many times, and East Bay MUD staff many times, to try to work through the project's water demand and water supply issues. So there has been a lengthy period of active engagement. It's not just these last 9 months, but it goes back beyond that. But over these last 9 months, as the project has had an opportunity to go to its very first public hearing before the land use agency, that's a constitutional creature that has a right to make land use decisions. And we thought, I will venture to say that I believe county staff thought we were making productive progress with East Bay MUD staff. And the way that things landed has been surprising to everybody. And if I'm wrong, county staff can speak up and tell me that I have it wrong, but I believe that the project team and county staff, another public agency, sister agency of the district, believed we were making headway and working in good faith to try to reach a productive outcome. So that's my answer to the question. I actually believe too, Director Lenny, just to go backwards on a question, and this has been many years, this project has been going on for many years. Again, it still hasn't had a public hearing with Contra Costa County, but I believe a prior version of the EIR had a CDP water analysis in it. And it was pulled at one point due to feedback from county staff. But this water isn't proposed to serve the project. This is water that the project team is willing to put on the table at the right time if we ever get through any process that would be additionally beneficial to the district, not as water necessary to serve the project, not as water that's necessary to be analyzed in the EIR that is ready to be certified if the county is willing to certify it. So I just want to be clear about that. There is not a CEQA issue with the CVP water that could be on the table. And again, we think this is way too early for the district to be taking these sorts of actions. There is a time to do it, no doubt, and the district can express whatever opinion, reach whatever conclusion it reaches. But we think this is premature, and we think this interferes with other agencies' authority, and that it exceeds the authority under the Cortese-Knox-Herzberg Act.
All right. Director Patterson, I see you have your.
I just want to reiterate that this project has always been known to go against our policy. We're not interested in changing our urban limit line, that we have been exact all the way through in talking with staff through to the meetings that were going on. There's never been any encouragement to do this project. We always saw it as an opportunity for others to come and knock on the door. And our protocol is protecting the interests of our ratepayers, the growth that we have within our sector. That's our first obligation, not to provide for outside of it. And I think this discussion has gone far enough. I agree with your comments, President Lenny. And Frank, I know you get a little excited, but I get excited too, because I'm saying it's time for us to put this behind us.
Yep.
And let's get our resolution on board. And at the appropriate time, I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to move the resolution.
President Lenny, can I make one brief additional comment, and super brief?
I just want to recognize that Director Patterson did make a motion for that. I recognize that.
I'll second.
Go ahead. I'll be very brief. Thank you. I just want to be clear that our project team is known to your staff, and it's.
I have a comment before you want to.
Mr. Winter, I think we've kind of heard your side of the story here.
It's not on that subject. It's just one item of clarification, a factual. I just want to make sure that it's clear for the record. Our project team is known to your staff, and and sometimes people do things for reasons that are unexplained. But our project team is the project team that your staff knows and your staff has worked with for years, and that is the only composition of our project team.
All right, thank you. Director Young?
I'm not clear on what that last statement was about. I mean, we've been well aware of your project and of the conversations that have been going on between our staff and your project team, and would agree with every other board member that our policy has been extraordinarily clear about what we would and would not support. It's not, let's make a deal. Yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, I have a motion and a motion by Director Patterson, second by Director Mellon. Any other board comments or discussion? John, I figured you might.
Yeah, I'm in an awkward position here. I mean, one time I had worked long time ago for developers, so I know how things operate. Again, I wish we had seen the letter much sooner. To me, there's a lot of unanswered questions. That's why I wish that I could get those questions answered, the legal questions on water rights and how we might be able to expand our water supply without having to cost us anything. And I think so I guess I'm going to vote no, even though I don't like how this is rolled out. And if the water equation was not even on the table, then I would vote the way the resolution is framed. But there's questions I haven't answered. If we have the ability to increase our water supply somehow to the tune of 595 acre feet a year, and it doesn't cost us anything, and we have a way to store it and use it, then it's a benefit to our ratepayers. Those are the questions I want answered. And unfortunately, we don't have ample time. Staff has to do research and everything else to get those questions answered.
John,
so for that reason, I'll be voting no.
Ago.
Huh?
That could have been provided to us weeks
Oh,
ago.
Frank, I agree. I said I wish that we had seen this sooner.
All right, let's go ahead and have the vote then. Andy, you want to have a quick comment?
Yeah, I think we heard fairly clearly from the representative for the applicant that the acre feet contract, which we do not have certainty over very important details about its usefulness and when and how those contractual water rights could even be used. But most importantly, we heard very clearly that it is not offered to serve the project. And I think that's the basis for our resolution. We are evaluating whether we have water to serve the project. The project is outside of the urban service boundary. So we're following our own agency's policies and moving forward.
All right, Secretary, would you please call roll?
Director Coleman,
No.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director McIntosh is absent. Director Mellon,
Yes.
Director Patterson,
Yes.
Director Young. You're on mute.
I'm sorry, my thing wasn't letting me unmute. Yes.
President Lenny.
Yes. All right, we're on to the next item.
Yeah, so I have a number of items, and I just also want to recognize this has been a very long day for a lot of us, but there's some important updates that we'd like to give you. The first is the coronavirus update, and Dave Briggs will give you an update on that and what it also means for the board return on June 22nd.
Good afternoon. As we segue to our management of the pandemic here, good afternoon, President Linney. Good afternoon, members of the board. Dave Briggs here. And I'll just control the presentation from here. So, okay, so we'll begin with state regulations and guidance because obviously a lot of our protocols and policy here flows downstream of state regulations. And just to recap, California Department of Public Health updated their guidelines in late May. Cal OSHA updated their regulations last week. Both of those items will take effect, we estimate, by the middle of June. And they are largely consistent. But by and large, Cal OSHA provides far more prescriptive details that would be applicable to EBMUD in our workplace and our role as an employer and manager of work sites. Cal OSHA requirements are generally more conservative. So by and large, we follow Cal OSHA as regulations as we move forward. So what does it all mean? Beginning June 15th, there will no longer be any interior capacity restrictions. And certainly to date so far, this hasn't really been a big item for the district, and it certainly won't by definition moving forward. But it is an indication that the state is getting more and more comfortable with having people work inside. Face coverings have been an area where the regulations have evolved greatly in the last month, and they will continue to evolve. Right now, the state of California is more conservative than federal CDC guidelines, and just like many other states. And now with Cal OSHA providing us some information beginning last week in the form of their pending regulations, we now have the basis to modify our own protocols for face coverings at the district. And along those lines, next week we will be relaxing our protocols slightly by allowing those who have been vaccinated to not wear face coverings when they're outdoors, when they're working outdoors. Indoors, we will still require face coverings for the foreseeable future. We are aware that Cal OSHA allows those who've been vaccinated. If everybody in the room has been vaccinated, face coverings are not required per Cal OSHA. But because at the district we don't have, and employees, management does not necessarily know who's been vaccinated in the room, we can't take advantage of that. So we will be more conservative for the foreseeable future and require face coverings indoors as we move forward. Now, this is just another stop along the highway. The face covering policy will evolve again, but that's where we are so far. And I see a hand from Director Coleman.
Thank you. My question is, we're supposed to be back in the boardroom on June 22nd. Wrong. Forgot we're in this month already. So if we're all vaccinated, if the board members are and the staff that are in the room, will we be required to wear a face mask?
Yes.
And what assurances will you provide to us and the other staff that everybody who is in that room is vaccinated?
So Director Coleman, I'll get to this in more detail in a few slides when I address the board's return. So if you just hold your thoughts for just a few minutes.
I'll hold my question. Thank you.
Appreciate that. So let me just finish out slide 2 here. So that would be our face, I just recapped our face covering policy in general moving forward. And physical distancing or social distancing after June 15th will begin to be phased out. Cal OSHA does not require social distancing after June 15th. And indoors, if the employer provides N95 face coverings or respirators for employees, the social distancing can go away as early as June 15th and no later than July 31st. So it's being phased out. The district will maintain the social distancing indoors as we begin to welcome people back into the building, and I'll get into this in a few slides here. With our restrictions on occupancy and the pace at which we will occupy the building, we will not have trouble in general to work 6 feet from each other inside the building for the foreseeable future. Travel restrictions. At the state level, the state is walking away from various restrictions, but keep in mind we still have restrictions at the county health order level, and so we will have to wait until the county health orders are updated to reflect the latest state guidance and regulations. We expect that late this week or early next week, but there are many things embedded in county health orders that we apply every day in our buildings and in our work, and so this and the last bullet on this slide, the state emergency executive orders, are the last pieces that we need to fall in place here before we can move forward any more quickly. The board is aware that the governor was unequivocal, or the governor's office was unequivocal in his statement last week in a very short letter saying that the executive orders would remain in play beyond June 15th for the foreseeable future. But I believe, and I forget the exact phrasing, but I believe the governor's office was also communicating that there would be ample time for agencies to adapt when he does rescind the executive orders, and specifically 2920, that there will be ample time for agencies to adjust so that we're not caught flat-footed as we begin to host the public again for board meetings. So this is our good news slide, and at the top, 86 employees. And 14 contractor positives have, that's been constant for about a month. We don't have any employees that are COVID positive right now. And that 10 for employees off work right now, just updating it from the latest information, that's down to 6. So only about 6 people are off work, either quarantining or recovering from the vaccine. You might recall that several months ago, that number was in the 30s. And you look at the chart in the bottom of the graphic on slide 3, you see the 0 in the month of June through June 8th, and only 1 in the month of May. We've obviously been seeing a downward trend here for several months now, and let's try to keep it that way. So, the brief comment or two on vaccinations. We are, as of this morning, 52% of employees have completed their paperwork to disclose to our HR staff that they have been fully vaccinated. I might personally believe that number is actually 5 or 10% higher, maybe in the high 50s, low 60s. We know that employees, not all of them who have been fully vaccinated, have gotten around to filling out their forms yet. And so one of our management exercises is to remind employees to fill out their forms and let us know that they've been vaccinated. But that is the number to date officially, but I do sense that it's 5 or 10% higher than that in reality. The state has now put 39 million doses in shots in arms in the state of California. 52% of Californians have been fully vaccinated, add another 13% to include the partially vaccinated. In Alameda County, fully vaccinated is up to 62%, and partially vaccinated increases that to 77% in Alameda County, which are very impressive numbers. The Bay Area is leading the state in vaccinations. The state is leading the nation and low levels of infection rates. So we're kind of the best of the best. I like to look at it that way. But we certainly have more work to do. We're not happy with our 52% vaccination rate, and we will be working very hard in the coming months to increase that by 15 or 20%. And along those lines, we just completed 2 educational sessions last week. We will schedule additional ones. We will explore, I was speaking to Clifford earlier today about possibly getting a mobile vaccine van to visit some of our highly populated work sites to see if we can improve the vaccination rate in that way. And then also looking at our face covering policy, which does have some level of incentivization for having employees be vaccinated by letting them know that if you have been vaccinated, you don't need to wear a face covering outside. And eventually, if the state does follow CDC guidance and says that you don't need to wear one inside either if you've been vaccinated, that could act as an additional incentivizing factor to help our numbers increase even further. But we know we have work.
David, this is John. I like that point, but how are we going to know when we can say, I guess my concern is I'm still appalled it's only 52% that have reported that they're fully vaccinated. And I think in Contra Costa County, 76% are now vaccinated. I just find this appalling, and I know I just don't want to see anybody coming into the workforce who is not vaccinated, who may not know they're asymptomatic, and they have COVID, and they pass it on to anybody else. Can you provide, I know the medical issues keep changing. Can somebody, because I've gotten conflicting reports, let's say that I'm vaccinated, and let's say you were not, hypothetically, and I was around you and you had it, but you didn't know it, and you could pass it on to me, even though I'm vaccinated, and I talked to somebody else who is not vaccinated, could I pass it on to them?
That's possible. I think it's highly unlikely, but it is possible.
And I'll just add, Director Coleman, I mean, if you've been vaccinated, there is data out there on how many breakthrough cases there are, and it's a fraction of a percent right now. But again, I think to your question, if you are within that fraction of a percent that have been vaccinated and you get it, whether you're asymptomatic or not, the data is unclear, but I think we have to assume that you could give it to another person.
But I understand that part, but let's say I did not get COVID, even though I'm vaccinated, I did not get it, but I'm around somebody who has it and they don't know it, for example. And even though I never exhibit the symptoms because I'm vaccinated and I'm good, and I run into somebody else who's not vaccinated, can I pass it on to them, even though I don't have COVID?
Again, I mean, the likelihood if you're vaccinated that you would get it, again, based on the data that we've seen, is pretty low. But could it happen? Yes, but it's a very low likelihood.
Okay, thank you.
So, Director Coleman, we're not going to stop or rest on this number. We will continue to put energy as a management team into improving the vaccination numbers.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at the Safe Return to Workplace plan first for employees, and then the last slide will be for the Board of Directors. Really the key part of the Safe Return for employees is for those that have been fully telecommuting, they would be asked to come back to work 1 to 2 days per week beginning June 21st, which is in about 2 weeks. And this return, this first phase of the return will limit our building occupancy to no more than 50%. Based on the pace that the carpet is being replaced in the main administration building, our largest building, this will take months to reach the 50% occupancy level. So there will be a lot of incremental phasing built into this plan. We have really tried to communicate thoroughly to employees that if they do have a specific issue, whether it's medical or if it's a child care issue related to the pandemic, that they should discuss that with their supervisor or HR so we can make some type of accommodation. We are really working hard to work out all the logistics for later this month to make sure we have a smooth return to work. And as we do take our first step towards returning. We know that it's consistent with our long-term telecommuting plan. We haven't released the details of that yet, but the range of options that we're looking at, this is certainly a consistent first step. With respect to just another word on the communication aspect, we met with Local 2019 yesterday. We had the opportunity to respond to many of their questions. There'll be more chances to have dialogue with them in the next 2 weeks. We hope to distribute a new plan that is reflective of all the comments that we've received for the past 2 or 3 weeks, and we hope to put out a new plan early next week. And I've certainly made myself available with meeting with any employee group or union, informally or formally, as we try to work through this together. And so lastly, how does the plan look for the board of directors? So in 2 weeks, June 22nd, we will most likely still be living under Executive Order 2920. So the board would come back voluntarily. We would not have the public accessing the board meetings at that time, so we would still be under the modified Brown Act, and the public would participate remotely. We would make various safety provisions, and COVID-related safety protocols would be in place for the board to minimize the likelihood of any kind of infection or transmission. We've reviewed those in the past. I could certainly respond to anything specific, any questions you might have. But in general, we will be preparing for additional transitions as we move through the summer. So when the executive orders are rescinded and the public is back in the building, the board secretary will revise the instructions on the website that tell the public how they can engage and participate. And we anticipate moving into essentially 2 ways to do that, where when allowed, the public would be, of course, allowed back in the building, but they would still have the ability to participate remotely as they do now. Risha is also working very hard to modify the production of the board meeting as we welcome you back into the building. We still have some people perhaps participating remotely, whether that's staff or the public, so that complicates her production of the board meetings, but she's going to practice and be all ready for that when the day comes. We will communicate to you through the general manager or the board secretary where your office spaces will be, and each of you will have a separate office so we can maintain the social distancing when you do visit the administration building. And then finally, just a point of emphasis that our safety protocols are the same, whether you're a board member or a staff member or a visitor to the building. We have the same protocols in place, and just want to make sure that was clear. And that's all I have.
Okay. So I wanted to ask some questions about the board meetings, and Risha, this includes questions for you as well. One of my first concerns, I mean, obviously my first concern is the safety and health of everyone, but also, in terms of administering our board meetings, the public, has a rough time as it is navigating, whether it's, we're all in the building and they come there to talk, or whether it's on Zoom in a hybrid version. I'm just a little concerned as to how we're able to meet our obligations for full public participation and comment, and helping them navigate a hybrid version as opposed to what we're using now or what we did before.
So we're actually going to conduct the meetings as we conduct them today, but instead of seeing you individually, we will use the camera in the boardroom to see everybody at the dais. And so the public will still be able to participate. So what the public will see is a view of the boardroom and all of whomever is sitting at the dais, and they will be able to participate. We'll conduct the meetings the same way we're doing now.
And we can't see them just like we can't see them now, but we can hear them we'll be able to hear them over the speaker system.
Correct. We will not use the telephonic system we used originally when we were using Microsoft Teams. We'll continue to use Zoom. And this is for committees and for the regular board meetings.
So Public, what about, so the public won't have an option to be in person. The staff now is in person. Dave's in person in the boardroom. He'll still be in the boardroom when we meet.
So there
for
will be
instance.
limited staff. We are asking that staff, as much as possible, present remotely. And so the meetings will function just like this. The only difference will be the board members will be in this room. Staff will still, Sophia presented off-site. And so if Sophia was presenting, she would still be off-site presenting. And so you would see her presenting in the Zoom meeting.
So just to add some clarity to that, there would, Director or President Linney, there would be roughly 10 to 12 people maximum in the boardroom for the next few meetings or so. And as mostly the staff are remote and there's no public here.
Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful. Any other board questions of Dave? All right. If not, then carry on.
Thank you, Dave.
I do want to make, I will be there on June 23rd unless something changes, because I think if we're asking folks to come back to work, that we need to be there as well.
Well, if you come on the 23rd, Frank, you'll be a day late, and a dollar short.
On the 22nd. Unless you got a deal or a dollar for me.
Thank you, Director Coleman, for pointing that out. So next, we have a drought update. There's been quite a bit of activity since we last updated the board, and Mike Tognoli is here to provide the update on what's going on with the state, with our CVP contract, as well as our outreach activities.
Good afternoon, President Linney and members of the board. I'll try to move through this quickly, but be sure that I get the relevant information presented. I'm going to start with our water supply projections. You may remember at the April 27th board meeting when the board declared a stage 1 drought, staff indicated we'd be coming back in early June to give an update on our water supply projections, expecting that the end of September storage projection would have zeroed in on a particular number. And in fact, that has essentially happened, that our median projection is currently about 425,000 acre feet of end of September storage. Compare that to where we were in April, where we were in a range of 475 up to 500,000 acre feet of total system storage. So our storage projections have dropped, as I think Dave Renstrom mentioned, by another 75,000 acre feet. And now we're in the range of 425 on the median end down to maybe 415 on the dry side. So we're in a much narrower band in terms of our projection. In terms of total runoff, which is based on our projected runoff from the Bulletin 120 forecast that we get from Department of Water Resources, our median projection is currently 219,000 acre feet of total runoff, which is, as you can see from this slide, is our second driest. The only one that was drier was 1977. So it's, as you all know, it's quite dry this year. In terms of our snowpack, this is a chart of snow water content. The red line represents this year, and the other lines, the yellow line represents our historic average, and the other lines represent 4 dry years that have occurred within the last decade, 2014, 15, 18, and 2020. And you'll note that around April 1st, this year looked the best in terms of snow water content, but it quickly dissipated. And in fact, out of all these 5 years that are represented on this chart, this year, 2021, represents the lowest total runoff projection. So we've seen the snowpack really diminished rapidly. We didn't see as much water materialize in our reservoirs as a result, whether it was because of increased evaporation from the snowpack or percolation into a dry watershed. We did not see the resulting runoff that we would have expected normally. Okay, so on May 10th, the governor declared a state of emergency, and that drought declaration included Alameda and Contra Costa counties. there were no specific changes to the district's operation and drought response as a result of the governor's emergency declaration. However, that declaration still stands. In terms of the State Water Resources Control Board, they held a workshop on May 21st to examine the methodology that they would use to declare water unavailability, which is the first step in ultimately working toward a curtailment order. At that time, they were anticipating that the soonest they would issue curtailment orders would be the second week of June. By that time, as I believe I shared at the previous board meeting, by that time, any curtailment order is unlikely to have a significant water supply impact on East Bay Mud. That's because our snowpack has already melted. We're not diverting additional water into storage at any significant quantities, and therefore there is nothing that a curtailment could do to affect any diversion to storage by East Bay Mud. In terms of our CVP allocation, like East Bay Mud, the Central Valley project as a whole, looking across from Shasta Reservoir to Folsom and much of the Sierras, the April snowpack did not materialize into runoff for reclamation, just as it did not do so for our watershed. And reclamation has many challenges that it needs to meet, including temperature targets, delta outflow, and providing even minimum deliveries for some M&I water contractors. Agricultural contract allocations have been reduced to zero. Although they were able to divert some water in the spring, those allocations have been shut off entirely for CVP irrigation contractors. And on May 26th, East Bay Mud's CVP allocation was reduced from 73,150 acre feet down to 24,938 acre feet, which is actually 18.75% of our CVP contract amount. So a substantial reduction in our available supply. I have been meeting with CVP, with the Bureau of Reclamation to discuss whether or not that can be bumped back up to 25%. And that discussion is ongoing, but no promises from Reclamation at this point. Those discussions are underway. Also wanted to mention again coordination with Contra Costa Water District and to a lesser degree with Marin Municipal. With Contra Costa Water District, there's a settlement agreement for the Freeport project that allows Contra Costa to access up to 3,200 acre feet of Freeport capacity under the settlement agreement. Contra Costa would use its own water rights and pay the additional costs for pumping that would be associated with that diversion. In addition, East Bay Mud has arranged for an option based on a previous agreement with Contra Costa Water District for up to 2,000 acre feet of water from Los Vaqueros Reservoir. We're working with CCWD staff to see if we can implement that 2,000 acre foot transfer during 2021. And there's our permitting elements and approvals that have to go through Reclamation as well for that, but we are working on it at the moment. As for Marin Municipal, Marin is considering a feasibility study for a bridge connection. They've not provided any specific scope or made a request of the district to study the feasibility of a connection. But they are starting to ask some questions and had some informal inquiries with staff about what we would need to see, what we would need to understand, and what questions the district would need answered before we could consider wheeling. And of course, East Bay Mud would not have water to sell to Marin Municipal, but we could evaluate wheeling water in future drought years. This is not a project that would be in place in 2021. Even 2022 would be probably highly doubtful to get it all implemented in time. But it's something that I think Marin is considering whether they want to even ask us about looking at a longer term scenario.
Director Coleman has a question.
Oh.
Yeah, Michael, thank you on the Marin issue. I've had a lot of people asking me, and I said that there would be not any of our water that would go to them. They'd be wheeling it. They're not a CVP contractor. I mean, their water source has always been local. So they would be competing potentially on the open water market if we need to also be competing on the open water market. Now it'd also take probably at least a year to build the pipe, I would think, get approvals to build the pipe. So we're talking 2023, if and when this would even happen. We just need to be cognizant. I mean, it's the right thing to do to help them and to do that, to wheel the water. I just hope it doesn't come at our expense if we're having to compete on the open market, like from our Yuba water that we got in the past and YOLO and water from other sources. We may need to be a little bit more aggressive, I think, jumping now, asking for 2020 in the future water years.
Hey, John, I thought when we built the pipe the last time, it was laid within 30 days time.
Well, that was, it might have been, Frank, I don't know, but that was back then. Everything I've read, it could take up to a year to get the approvals because there's a bike lane now where the pipe was before, and just all the regulations to get it going could take, at least what I read is a year. I could be mistaken, obviously.
Well, so Director Coleman, your comments about water transfers are a great transition to my next slide, which is what does the 2021 water transfer market look like? It looks like the current rate for water purchases on the market is around $600 an acre foot. Recall that our CVP contract charges are roughly $127 an acre foot, I believe. So about 4 times as much as what we're currently paying for CVP supply. At this point in the year, now that we're into early June, there are limited, if any, remaining sellers. And so our plan is really to focus on supplementing our CVP supplies next year with additional transfers if they're needed, if next winter is also dry. And of course, remember that we already have a first right of refusal for any transfer of water that Placer County Water Agency would be releasing under its water forum agreements. And we'll be considering additional potential sellers, looking at some of the sellers that we worked with in 2015, excuse me, and trying to get a head start probably this fall on making arrangements and getting permits in place in the event that this coming winter is dry and we need additional transfers in addition to CVP and placer supplies. I wanted to highlight as well for the board that the McKelvey River continues to be a temperature refuge for fish. This year, the American River is projecting that it's going to have water temperatures in the range of 22 degrees Celsius this summer. The McKelvey, on the other hand, is anticipating temperature maximums of around 17 degrees C. Recognizing the risk to fish on the American River, and particularly in Nimbus Hatchery, California Department of Fish and Wildlife and it's not that they're moving them, they have moved about 500,000 steelhead from the Nimbus Hatchery on the American River to the McKelvey Hatchery because of the threat to survivability due to temperature problems on the American River. This is in addition.
The measurements of temperatures, is that made at the hatchery basically?
I believe that is correct. That's the temperature.
The outflow below Nimbus and outflow below
right.
Comanche.
So at Nimbus, that would be the water that flows out of Folsom River through Lake Natomas and into the Nimbus Hatchery, and the McKelvey River temperature is what it would be at the hatchery as well.
Okay.
I just also, this is not the first time that fish have been moved to the McKelvey Hatchery to protect survival of salmonids. Also recall that over the last several years, California Department of Fish and Wildlife has moved all of its enhancement salmon production to the McKelvey Hatchery. So these are the salmon that are slated to be caught in the ocean. So they are specifically not salmon that are mitigating the effects of Comanche Dam, but these are additional salmon that are raised based on and funded by salmon stamps from fishermen so that they can be put into the cycle so that they can be caught in the ocean for harvest. I wanted to provide an update on our conservation program. We're incorporating drought messaging into our communications like the home water report message, which is shown here. We also have been using WaterSmart software to do targeted outreach to our commercial customers related to irrigation. We sent an email to 1,342 accounts and had a 34% opening rate on those emails. So people are very interested and paying attention to what actions they can take during a drought. We've also done outreach to nurseries. We've dropped off materials on our programs, invited them to participate in a webinar with the California Native Plant Society. And the goal is to encourage use of low water use plants. And we're planning to expand our outreach to irrigation supply stores as well. We're also already seeing an uptick in water waste reporting, and staff continue to investigate and follow up with customers as those reports come in. In terms of community outreach, a really important resource for our customers and a good reference point for if you're asked about what customers can do or where can they go. A great source of information is ebmud.com/drought. That webpage is really the central page to find the latest drought updates and water conservation resources. And the information is accessible directly from the home page, and includes references to other pages such as Water Supply and Water Smart Center. I'll also mention that we have an upcoming speaker series. We're launching a Water Wednesday speaker series, and next week, June 16th, is the first speaker series. They're going to happen the third Wednesday of each month, and next week is going to be specifically looking at the drought, water supply, and the district's water supply portfolio, and helping the public understand how the district prepares for and responds to drought. The July talk is going to be focusing on water conservation for residences and businesses, and emphasizing that water conservation is a collaborative effort between our customers and our water agency.
Mike, how are those publicized?
I'm going to ask Kelly to answer that question.
Yes, so we have already posted those on Nextdoor. I believe Monday we sent out a Nextdoor notice about the speaker series, and later this week, after we get through the sort of budget and rate outreach, we're going to be posting them on Facebook and Twitter as well, and they're also on our homepage.
Okay. Just a note, social media is a big part of, a big tool that we have this time that we didn't really have available in 2014, 2015. And just as an example, here's a release we made on Water Wednesday. 973 impressions were earned for our post on Twitter, 681 impressions on our Facebook post. So what are our next steps? We'll be finalizing our Freeport diversion schedule. As I mentioned, we have an allocation at the moment of about 25,000 acre feet. So we're working on the timing of when we would divert that water. We're going to be working with Contra Costa on the possible 2,000 acre foot transfer. We are beginning to look at our excessive use rules. We need to update our rules to include stage 2 because state law now requires that if you have mandatory rationing imposed, that you need to have an excessive use ordinance in place. So that would now include stage 2. And so staff will be coming back to the board, to planning committee in July, and then to the full board likely in August to present more information on excessive use rules. And then as I mentioned, we're beginning to work with our partners on permitting and agreements for 2022 water transfers in the event that next winter is also dry. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. President Linney, just recognizing it is 5:30, we do have the racial equity and justice presentation, but I also just want to remind the board that on June 29th, we do have dedicated 3 hours just on this topic, so we can provide the presentation today, or we can do everything on the 29th.
Don't we have a speaker on this issue?
I don't think it's this topic. I think it's the next one, Director Mellon.
Can we do the 29th? I had a 1-hour presentation at 7 this morning for East Bay Mud. I have another one at 7 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
And Lisa's absent too this time, so I think.
Okay, we have the 3-hour workshop on the 29th for the board. And next, and I think this is where we have the public comment, is just to introduce the new pride flag, and we have Max Pfeffer to do that.
Right, great. I'll wait for the slides to come up. Okay, great. I'll try to be very quick. It's been a very long day. Good morning, or good afternoon, members of the board and President Linney. Today I'm presenting to you on the new LGBTQIA+ pride flag that we have at the administration building. Next slide. So, brief review, the East Bay MUD's LGBTQIA+ community is represented by the Reigning Pride Affinity Group, and our charge is to promote awareness and inclusion for our community here at the district. Next slide. So quick terminology, like I mentioned at the beginning, LGBTQIA+, you can read all those there. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer and/or questioning, intersex, asexual, and the plus stands for other gender and sexual identities. Next slide, please.
Would that be binary and non-binary, Max?
Yes, Director Mellon. So the intent of the plus is to capture any and all other identities. So we're trying to be inclusive, but not add 20 letters to the alphabet.
Yeah, we could have started that a while ago, but.
Yeah, there's a lot of letters. So the reason why we're updating the pride flag is the original pride flag was designed in 1979. And in 2018, someone named Daniel Quasar came up with a great design that included representation for transgender people, which includes the colors of white, pink, and light blue. For people of color, under brown and black. And the black also represents people who live with HIV/AIDS and who have also died from HIV/AIDS. So in the spirit of inclusion and to represent the most marginalized aspects of our community, we felt it was important to update the flag at East Bay MUD. And the Reigning Pride Committee, which I represent as Vice President, the Reigning Pride Committee donated this flag to the district, and it is currently flying at our administration building. Next slide, please. And I couldn't get a great picture of it because there was no wind that day, but you can see it flying under our California flag. And here I'll pause for any questions from the board.
Looks great. Can't wait to actually see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the decorations up in the administration building too. So when you return on June 22nd, you'll have a nice, pretty lobby.
And also, so Max didn't mention this, he made a presentation in our LegHR committee, and we will have a resolution on June 22nd in support of this.
That's correct.
Looking forward to seeing it flying at our next meeting.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Thanks, Mac. Thanks for taking the time and bringing this to our attention and doing a presentation for us.
You're welcome. Thank you for your dedication. It's been a long day.
Thank you, Max. And finally, attached is the monthly report. I can answer any questions. And if there are no questions, I do want to thank the board for hanging in there. We covered a lot of important topics today, and I appreciate you being there with us.
Thank you, Clifford.
Thank you, Clifford. All right, so we'll move now on to reports and director comments. Minutes from the May 25th, 2021 Finance and Administration Committee minutes were included in the agenda packet. We'll now receive brief reports from today's Planning Committee and the Legislative and Human Resources Committee.
Okay, let's see if I can remember what we did today. Starting at 8:30?
8:30, I think it was.
Yeah.
We finally heard the recreation report. We had an exciting presentation on Supply Bank and the plans there for expansion at the Oakport facility, which is really super exciting. And the person supposed to be coming here at 5:30 is here. Also on automatic metering, And we had to defer the trail permit discussion and
McCulmy Aqueduct Resiliency
the
Project.
McCulmy Aqueduct. Yeah, just hang on a second. The McCulmy Aqueduct Resilience Project as well. All reports were accepted and approved, and yeah. So that was the planning committee. Oh, and we are gonna, for folks that looked at that, we are gonna be implementing the CAP free trail permit program as a pilot, and coming back in July to discuss other ways to increase access to the trail system for our low-income constituents.
Great, thank you. John, anything to add to the legislative report you gave earlier?
We covered it all.
Okay,
Let's
great.
move on.
Director Patterson, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just quickly, I forgot last time because of time like today, but I did attend the African American Community Benefit District kickoff on the 15th. And I wanted to make sure I reported that to the full board. Clifford was there as well. I just neglected the last time to report in. Thank you.
All right. Director comments, any other director comments? In the vein of Clifford being everywhere, he and I had a chance to go to this Upper San Leandro water treatment plant with Mayor Libby Schaaf and give her a quick tour. She was interested in seeing what a water treatment plant in Oakland looks like, but it gave us an opportunity to talk about a number of other issues. Always good to be close to or have good communications open with the mayor's office, and we were able to talk about some of our jobs and jobs training programs and that sort of thing as well. So a great time.
Just real quick, Doug, since you were out of the area last Friday, both Clifford and I spoke at the Oak Street Park project for a filming for, I guess, a commercial for the supply bank. They have a great operation, and I was very proud to help represent the district there.
Thank you for doing that, John. Any other comments? If you have items for future consideration on board agendas, please submit those to Clifford next time you see him at some other project or something that we're doing that he's always at. Frank.
I've sent both you and Clifford and Risha an email about being out of district starting tomorrow for a week.
All right. Good. Well, it'll be exciting to see everybody in person at our next board meeting. Be interesting to get used to that again. That meeting will be June 22nd, 2021 at 1:15. And not seeing anybody else with any hands up, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody.